So that I did. So everything looks working. Is there anything else that I need to do?
I think she might. Is Ella
Can you
still up
hear the
north?
boardroom right now? People talking as well.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I know she did go up north
Testing,
earlier
testing.
after the board meeting this week.
Oh, because we're her niece's thing?
Yeah.
We're good to go. And thank you, sir. And I'll start up your presentation on my screen. For your presentation.
It's our busiest time right now. We just got a list of all our scholars.
Thank you, Aaron.
So
No, it's okay.
we should
So
start
we are
this
live,
week.
President Mundia.
May I have a motion
Go
to,
back into the door second.
well, motion by Miss Sylvia Hendricks. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Miss Kathleen Vance.
All those in favor, Juan Buendia,
Masapo.
Kathleen Vance,
Masapo.
Sylvia Hendricks,
Masapo.
Anne Marie Stevens. Motion
Hello.
carries. Recommend.
Sorry. Okay, we are now in regular session. Motion now to adjourn this special board meeting. Motion by Miss Kathleen Vance.
Second.
Second by Miss Anna Marie Stevens.
All those in favor, Juan Buendia,
Masapo.
Sylvia Hendricks,
Masapo.
Kathleen Vance,
Masapo.
Anne Marie Stevens.
Masapo.
Motion carries.
Okay, we have adjourned the special board meeting at 9:06 a.m. I'll move now into Saturday, September 14, 2024, Baboquivari Unified School District Fall Board Retreat. I'll turn it over to Ms. Anissa for a roll call.
Juan Buendia,
Yan Haichu.
Kathleen Vance,
Yan Haja.
Sylvia Hendricks,
Haja.
Anne Marie Stevens,
And hi, Chip.
Ella Mae Greasewood. Roll call complete.
Okay, for the record, we do have 4 board members present and a quorum, so we'll continue with this morning's agenda. Letter C is our routine business, which is the approval of the September 14, 2024 Fall Board Retreat agenda. Without objection, I'll motion to approve.
President Mundia.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to request for the technology department presentation. There was a live out of control circumstance, and our director of technology will not be able to be here. So I will postpone that one to a regular board meeting, the presentation. But I will ask that they will move and continue with the agenda, starting with community and parent engagement department presentation.
Okay, for the record, board members, we are removing number 2 under information items, which is the technology department presentation, and will be reported at a regular board meeting. Are there any other changes?
No,
If
sir.
not, I'll motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Kathleen Vance.
All those in favor, Sylvia Hendricks,
Masapo.
Juan Buendia,
Masapo.
Kathleen Vance,
Masapo.
Anna Marie Stevens.
Masapo.
Motion carries.
We'll go move into letter D, our information items, which is our welcome.
And President Mundia, members of the board, here we have 2 retreats. We have the instructional, which was over the summer, and this is about the operation. Just to recap, when we started the retreats, our focus is we are now on building structures. We are on year 2 of our 3-year plan, and the foci is going to be the structures in place to help us get to the number 1 goal, which is 80% of our students are going to score 70% or better. As you're going through the presentations today, one of the key concepts that I want you to keep in mind is how is that department supporting that our students and teachers and administrators at the school are not distracted in the support that they were providing. It is the expectation based on our 3-year plan that all of us will be supporting our administrators. Administrators can support our teachers, and the teachers can support the student. The primary goal is that there will be no distractions, and that everyone is going to have a system in place to be able to support our administrators. Having said that, it is with pride and joy that I introduce and present our Director of Community and Parent Engagement, Ms. Aggie Aguilar, Ms. Hart, and I will be showing your plan as well on the screen. Do you want the PowerPoint or do you
No,
want
I can
the
just
other
talk. I,
one? The-
that wasn't printed, so just the 3-year plan. Let's see. I'm gonna set a timer.
Go ahead.
Good morning, President Buendia, board members, and Mr. Did I say board member Diaz? Board President Buendia, Superintendent Diaz, and board members. Thank you for allowing me to present today. I am really excited about our program this year. Our 3-year plan is pretty basic. It is just talking about the partnerships that have to exist between the Family and Community Engagement Department and the schools and the families so that we can align all three so that we can work together. So as you know, our mission for the Family and Community Engagement Department is to build partnerships between the 3 entities I just spoke of. And we are there to support the schools in giving the students the basic needs that they need to be able to attend school without any barriers. In our year 1 plan, we were building foundations. Our goal was to establish strong relationships with schools and families and our community partners. The first thing that we did was we conducted a 3-year goal or a needs assessment. And on the papers that I provided you, I actually included the results of the survey. So according to the families that partook in the,
She didn't get these.
oh, you didn't, okay. No, it's the, see, I thought I put it in
So this isn't on your PowerPoint, right?
No,
Okay.
I can send the link. But according to the survey from the parents that completed the plan, which was strictly McKinney-Vento families, they believed that the resources that they would need to help their students with their attendance would be providing tutoring.
I'm just eating.
Okay, they would be to provide tutoring. The next largest barrier that they had was not having access to laundry soap. And so we have been working really hard to provide those services for families. Last year, we wrote a grant to ADE, and we were able to purchase thousands of dollars worth of laundry detergent for our families in the McKinney-Vento program. So I'm really excited about that, and I'm really thankful to Allison for helping me put that together as well. The next barrier was they would like alarm clocks. That was something that I found really interesting. The reason why they said that they were late for school is because they weren't able to wake up in time. So something as simple as an alarm clock may benefit our students, which is really good information that I felt like we didn't have before. And the other ones are pretty low: school supplies and additional clothing. Let's see.
So yesterday, that was all delivered.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I got home and my grandkids said, "Oh, look what we got." The school dropped them off.
Oh, awesome. Okay, so what board member Sylvia is talking about is our McKinney-Vento families, they receive hygiene items, they receive school supplies, and they receive clothing items. Just depending on our student population count from the previous year is how we get our funding. And so this year, I have been really proactive with our parent liaisons to put together the bags, and I have an expectation for them to deliver the supplies within 1 week of putting the bags together, because there's no point of us having the items and they're just sitting in the Sunrise House. So I have really clear outline expectations for our parent liaisons that I'll go over in a minute. Year 2, I'm working on collaborations and partnerships. And like I said earlier, I know I sound like a broken record, but my goal is to strengthen the homeschool partnerships. And we want to create regular check-ins between the parents and the families, the parents and the teachers in the Sunrise House. And the way we do that is through utilizing the parent liaisons. So it's really important for us to make sure that the parent liaisons are sticking to their Title I duties and making sure that they are not at the front desk, they're not at the playground, and they're not doing lunch duty, because that's not what their funding is set aside for. So when I talk to Mr. Diaz and I tell him, I need the parent liaisons to be doing the things that they're budgeted to do. And if the schools need additional funding for people at the front desk, then they need to work that in their budgets, because they're taking away from the parent liaison duties. So it's really important to me that we establish that expectation with the parent liaisons, the principals, and the schools. They need to know that they need to utilize other people in their schools to do a lot of the things that they're asking the liaisons to do. And so if you notice in my director's report every month, I have in there how many hours that the parent liaisons are coming to the Sunrise House. Because although they're in our department, they're actually supervised by the schools. And so, yes.
I was just wondering, because at one point there were saying that the parent liaison would be making calls for attendance. That they don't do that anymore.
No, I don't know what they do when they're at their school sites.
Oh, okay.
And so that's where the disconnect kind of.
Yeah, or taking on students regarding, bad attendance.
And that would be actually a really good, useful tool for them to do, because that's 100% parent engagement. Like, they're calling the families, making sure, because our goal is to support the goals of the district and getting kids over, 80%. So that is, and I'll go over that in the expectations and stuff. So, but for the year 2 collaboration partnerships, we're just establishing mentoring programs, collaborating with community organizations, and partnering with people who can help us bring programs to the school. I don't know if any of your students were participating in the Stars of Honor football game. That was a program that we worked with the U of A and the Stars of Honor program for kids through K through 5. And we were able to, thanks to transportation, bus the students in. And I believe they had over 20 families that utilized that bus. And so I've also been reaching out to different organizations. The U of A just contacted me for a Kids Day volleyball game. And so we can go to this volleyball game, however, it's during fall break. So it doesn't fall within our schedule. And I also reached out to the Phoenix Mercuries and the Phoenix Suns. And the Mercuries actually offered us tickets, but it's on a Thursday night. So I don't want our teachers or our students to miss school. So I didn't advertise that. But I'm trying to work through programs where we can expose our children to events and activities off the nation and just have the exposure. And my plea to the U of A was, they are on O'odham land, and they acknowledge it in their land acknowledgement that they are on tribal land, and that they themselves said that they want to build stronger relationships with the indigenous communities in the state. And so they were really receptive to my request for the tickets. And so hopefully we can continue our partnership with them and work to get more things for our students.
Is it possible to work with like the district office or sales district or any other districts if it is like on a Saturday and if they're on fall break?
That is part of my my goal, and I talked to Mr. Diaz about my plan, is I want to start attending more of the community meetings, because the districts have been receptive. Last year during the Miracle on Main Street, Shukdawak actually paid for One Way Sky to come to the Miracle on Main Street. And I don't know if you've noticed in my board report that I have started including numbers for the community members from each district. So I thought it was really important for me to have that data to back up. You know, we're serving all of these families at the Family Resource Center every month. And so when I do come and have an ask, they may be more receptive to helping us because they can see that their funds actually do benefit their community members. So that's part of my plan. So that's building the partnerships with our different community members. And then year 3 will be actually for year 2, since we're on this year, I don't know if you were able to see the yearly calendar that I had printed out. I think I put it in one of the board reports of all the activities that we do have planned for this year. My goal is to have 2 events every month. And we have been doing that. Last month we had our Lice is Not Nice, and I think we did a attendance one. The attendance one is going to be one where we're not going to advertise it. However, we're going to have the parent liaisons bringing in families that need help with attendance. And part of our goal is to support the, what is the one where we want to have people on Parent View? Connecting. I'm sorry, it's Saturday morning. So part of our goal to help support that goal is we're going to be doing parent view classes. And so we're going to teach families how to get onto the internet and log on to their accounts. And if you haven't been by the Sunrise House lately, we have a new classroom. So I'm really excited about that. We turned my old office into a classroom space. And technology put in a huge screen like that. So we're going to start doing our classes over there. So that was one of my goals last year with Mr. Diaz, is to make sure that we have a space. I wanted a nice space. And we just have old tables now, but hopefully I can get a capital request in to get new furniture, because we haven't received any furniture or any type of upgrades in our programs the last 9 years I've been here.
I think in line with what everyone's been recommending, I know as far as keeping my ear to the ground and what's happening is I would really definitely reach out to communities or districts, because they are trying to facilitate those exact types of opportunities, especially for grandparents raising their grandchildren, because they want to be involved. They just don't know how to get into it. They're used to all of this,
Yes.
show me, but we know we have systems that they can actually use. So I think they are looking for those types of opportunities to have people that want to take the time, because it will take patience, I promise you, especially with some of them. But I think that they're definitely open and interested to be able to do that. So now you have a space too, would be even great. The other thing is the sales district, because it services so many elders, it's the largest, has that resource center next to the post office, which was also a space to do the sewing classes, and that might be a good opportunity to partner with them and just be present, and so that you can start to engage in that way, however you want to. But just a recommendation, because I think that those are all on the horizon, and it's good that we're in year 2, we're looking at how do we do that too. So.
Well, thank you for those recommendations. I will go ahead and consider those. It would be it's the reason why I feel like it's so vital for the parent liaisons to really be aligned on what we're trying to go for is because if I want to utilize them after hours, like as you're saying, on weekends and in the evenings, if they already have their 40 hours for the week, my hands are tied. And I literally have medical issues where it states that I can't drive at night. And so that's why I don't do the board meetings. And so it's difficult for me to stay late in the evening to facilitate those programs. So as part of the parent liaison expectations, if you will note, they're required to facilitate workshops now. Each parent liaison will organize 2 workshops with a minimum of attendance of 10 parents. So that is one of the expectations that I do have for them. And I know it was really hard to really put down the rules and stuff, but I think now that they realize it, I don't know if you've been to the Sunrise House, but our overflow room is never overflowing now. They have a daily system of procedures that they have to follow every day. And it's just a learning curve because, we didn't have those systems in place before. And now that, thanks to Mr. Diaz's guidance and, really pounding in that we need to have the procedures and the systems in place, it makes it so much easier, because if something is not done, I'll just send an email and say, hey, here's a reminder, and you will be evaluated on these points. If it continues, then I will have to do a letter of reference, but just the gentle reminder and not having to, tell them every time, hey, here, check it out, read it. That's really been helpful. And so in the plan, I also have a copy of the chain of command. I don't know what you call it, civilian. Organizational chart. And so I also included a copy of the job description for the parent liaisons. And like I said, if you could read over those parent liaison job descriptions, it would be really helpful, because then you would know what is expected of the parent liaisons. And if you see them in the offices, or if you see them on the playground continuously, then that is something we really do need to address as a school district, because we are certifying that they are being used for a certain job. And if they're continuously doing something else, then we need to recode and reclassify them. So that is one thing that I really will stress. And I have talked to Mr. Diaz, and I will let him know during our monthly meetings if those, if the parent liaisons are not coming to the Sunrise House as they're supposed to, because they should be doing 1 day a week. And so this past month, I was very flexible, and we're just all getting started, and the schools were really busy. But this month, they haven't been coming, and so I'm gonna, do an email and let the principals know that we do need them there. So, but that is basically the gist of my 3-year plan. Our whole goal is to support the school district and the schools with getting the attendance rates up, with strengthening the relationships with our families, because I think that, I know as a parent myself, it's very difficult if the only calls you get from school are bad ones. And so we make it a positive experience to come to the Sunrise House. We serve so many families, and they're very, very thankful. And I don't know if it's come to your attention, however, the Tanatam Nations Healthcare has taken over the diaper bank. That was a decision by the Diaper Bank of Southern Arizona. So we no longer have the diaper bank. Once we've exhausted our diapers, then we won't be providing those services. But I feel like it was a decision that benefits both communities, benefits the food or the diaper bank and us, because we were spending a lot of time doing that, and that was a service that should not be taking up so much of our time. So, but we do still provide food, and we still do provide a lot of resources that do help our families. Do you guys have any questions?
Ms. Vance?
I don't have any questions, Ms. Hart. I just want to say that I think that you're doing an amazing job as a director for our Sunrise House. I know that at the law conference in one of the breakout sessions, Baboquivari Unified School District was recognized for providing an opportunity for community members to shower, and which is, I believe, is part of the Sunrise House. So that was something that was like, oh my gosh, it's on the screen. We're one of the 3. So that was, and then I had one of the individuals sitting next to me, and she asked, is that really? And I'm like, yeah, we provide a lot of stuff. So I did highlight the Sunrise House during that conversation.
Thank you.
I also want to say that, as the Sunrise House provides food and resources, clothing for our community members, you have made it possible for all of this to happen by going out and asking for donations. And I know that's hard. It's really hard, but the amount of products that come in for our community is really amazing, and that a lot of the communities and the members benefit from the Sunrise House. And I do like the fact that you are putting in place for the liaisons to do their part in additional reaching out to families and to provide some of those trainings for families, because it is important. It's very important, and you know, I think it's going to, it all plays and connects into the 3-year plan that we have, in that connection with communities and families. So I really like the way that you set up this plan and are moving forward in that. So thank you for all that you've done and all that you are doing.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Sylvia?
I was going to add on to what Juan was mentioning about, you were saying that you were going to be doing these trainings for, you know, like you said, grandparents raising grandchildren. So one of the things you might want to work with the South District is, because I get them as an elder, is they give out packets. Once you get started or you start advertising, you might want to maybe approach them and see if you could include that in the packet.
Well, that's a really good idea. For the elders?
Grandparents, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, they hand them out to elders.
Okay.
I get home and they're right there on my table. They send out a lot of crossword puzzles and word finds.
My mom used to be my advertiser for senior services. So she would go to all the senior events and she would tell them, "Oh, go to the Sunrise House." So my mom is not doing that for me anymore. So that's a really good idea. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so, and too, you know, you're doing a fantastic job with the example of what I was just mentioning about the packets and the backpacks and whatnot that were given out yesterday. My grandkids were really excited about those.
I will let Jerry and want to know. Thank you.
Ms. Stevens?
I just want to thank you for all your hard work. I think it's amazing, and it's good to hear all the wonderful things that you're providing for our community. You know, it's not always easy for families to be vulnerable and take donations, but I think it's very helpful because that's one less thing they have to worry about, especially for basic needs. And I think it's phenomenal that you're also reaching out to these organizations to provide exposure, because those things help students learn and gain that experience, and dream big. So I commend you for everything that you're doing, and thank you for your hard work.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Let me share first before you go. No, I just wanted to I guess continue to not only express my support, but I think that obviously the support of the entire board in your efforts. I think that you are setting a very clear and expectation. And that's all we can. I know when initially we hear parent liaison, we think of something like exactly what you're saying. And we were seeing something very different from what it was before. And that's great. And I'm really excited that you're setting that base, like, hey, this is what we're here to do. And the more that I can see as much of the impact, not only just as a board member, but as a community member that you've been able to make, I think that I'm really glad that you feel, and if you feel supported, and that are now finally feeling or given the authority to be able to make some decisions that maybe you didn't feel you could before. Nonetheless, there's always. I feel like because you're setting that standard now, what I would really like to support you with, or let's maybe offer inside of some guidance, is you're amazing with personal skills. There are some people who need maybe some training or maybe some more understanding on how to be, not how to be you, because we can only have one you, but how to break down their own barriers of how do you engage and not feel, because some people can do presentations and some people have a hard time doing presentations. And then mostly for elders, especially if you're not building a connection and they don't feel like you're talking to them the way that they should be spoken to, they're going to tune it out and not pay attention and not return. I mean, you've been here so long, you understand that. But I definitely want to make sure that that's also something we're mindful of when we're setting kind of systems of expectations on any staff members is maybe modeling some things at some point or somehow, some way, and then gauging them on how they're receiving that and what they're going to do with it, and kind of going forward with that. Because it is, I say, you're setting a very good expectation, and I don't want to see them feel like they haven't been supported either. Because I think everybody's capable and able on being successful. So I want to see, I love it. I can't wait to see all of it in action. And I'm really grateful, like just Miss Anna said. It is hard to but everybody needs something sometime. Even for myself, when I visit and you're like, come in, look at all, and I'm thinking, or you'll give me a bag of food and I'm like, I don't need it. But, at the same time, I'm grateful because obviously not everyone has everything all the time, and it really does help. So I have to swallow my pride a lot at points. And I know it's very difficult for a lot of people to swallow their pride on like, I don't need anything. But I think so long as we're consistent and we have this connection or ability to be able to connect, that we can help students will get over the stigma at some point of how it looks, and just be like, I'm grateful and I'm gracious. I can go to school. I'm clean, or I don't feel embarrassed, and it all adds to the overall achievement that we're all here. So I'm really glad that we're all in support of what you're doing, and thank you so much for everything. Mr. Diaz.
Thank you.
Ms. Hart, I also want to extend my appreciation in your and understanding a system, highlighting some of the pieces that we have discussed during our retreat, during the summer retreat. It's for you to by understanding the needs. If you understand the needs, and then you have the strategies or promising practices to fulfill those needs, and the last one is to have a way to check if you're being effective or not. Based on your presentation, is you identify some of the needs that are or that will be making an impact on our 3-year goals, including 80% of our students are going to score 70% or better, including the 90% attendance or better, including 90% of our parents connecting to Parent View so they can help us be our accountability partner. And based on goal 3, essential 10, which is going to be connecting with the family, with students, for you to understand that some basic needs sometimes is what prevents our students to come to school. If you're not fed, if you don't feel good about what you're wearing, or how you projecting yourself as an individual, or as simple as waking up in the mornings. So thank you for your support. The way I want to challenge you is to continue to increase the partnership and grants that can benefit and bring additional resources, not only to the Sunrise House, but also to our nonprofit. Let's give her a big hand. And she's been consistently asking for time to take you guys to the Sunrise House so you can see the improvements. I know it's part of the tour today. I don't know how much longer you're going to be hanging out.
My son has football all day.
Okay, so with your permission, I cannot do justice, but at least I can show them some of the changes that you have made.
Okay.
But I know we will have some time based on how much time we have right now. Will be towards the end of the day. So
Okay. Or you guys can also schedule a time when you guys want to come in and we can do a site tour. And it would be cool to have you guys come in on a day where we have a lot of families that do come in, like a Tuesday.
Okay.
Because you will see how many families we do making a difference in their lives. So I just want to thank you. And just one other last thing is, one of my things was, when I first came out to the nation, I was very well connected within the Pima County, state of Arizona, and Tucson. And since I've been out here, I haven't really been able to make those connections and partnerships. So part of my goal this year is to elevate our program so that other people know about our program. Like, I met a person that works for PBS, and I want to have him come out and do a story, because our program is really great. And when I do go to national conferences and we do have group discussions, I tell them that what we're doing out here on the nation, and they always encourage me to do session. So that's
Yeah.
going to be my goal for this year. But I really do appreciate your time, and I do appreciate your support, and I really do. I do really think it's a privilege and honor to work here on the Town Anthem Nation, and I'm very happy with our new direction that Mr. Diaz has brought us to.
It's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hart. Thank you. Let's give her a big hand. And as we get our next presenter ready, I want you to talk to a partner next to you and in your own words, how is the Sunrise House helping us reach our 3-year-one goals? Talk to your partner and say one item in which, in your own words, you feel that the Sunrise House is supporting our 3-year goals.
I can go.
I agree. I think like their meeting means that, you know, make it easier for students to be in school and focus on school.
It would be good to see maybe how,
Thank you, Ms. Hart.
like if, like maybe there was a student that was having attendance issues, how many of the students have been placed to attendance?
We did like data points.
Yeah, have a data,
Yeah, that would be good.
to see if, and whether, you know, that would, you know, I think increase whether the,
Yeah, and even if it improves the academic standing, because I am, because like, I think if they're less
because I always
focused
say that that's what increases their,
right, right,
them being there every day.
right. And I also feel like what she does as part of the exposure and getting students to do those things. I didn't know that's what she was doing that for the football game, and I started seeing all these parents' social media like photos of them being at the football game,
Oh, really?
and I was like, oh, that's really cool. And
Where
I'm
did
like,
you see that?
on social media, like
Oh,
people
really?
like,
Oh, that
and
was
they,
social media.
so a lot of people were posting their kids like with their certificate, and they're saying BUSD bought us tickets to this game, and I
Oh,
was
yeah,
like, yeah.
yeah, and I know Virginia got tickets.
Yeah, and I had no clue that was happening. So I was like, oh, that's really good incentive because I think like when students get that and they get to see that, then it's something about dreaming bigger, you know?
Finish your thought.
We're so grateful for your grandsons to come over and help that day when they're putting up the tent, because it was like all the guys were gone,
Oh, really?
and then it's just
Oh,
like
they were happy taking.
yeah, and then it's just like ladies there.
I know Jaden got sick.
Oh, did he?
3,
He overdid himself.
2, 1. And I'll point to your partner that is going to present and summarize what you guys discussed.
Did he? The time that he really got sick. They went before the JP and Dr. Brandy.
On that same day?
That Friday, when they were putting up tents.
Okay, if we're ready, we'll go ahead and move on to the number 4 this morning, or actually it'd be new number 2. Oh, number 3. The SEL Social Emotional Learning presentation by Ms. Ann Corden, our Director of Social Emotional Learning. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm so glad to be here. Wonderful to have this time with you. I know we don't get it too often. So, for starters, I'm going to do a mindfulness activity. Then we're going to go through our presentation and then allow for some minutes for feedback, questions, concerns. I do want to introduce Miss Elisa Biguet. She goes by Miss B. She's a member of our counseling team. She wanted to hear the presentation and also hear feedback from the board and any questions the board may have. Alrighty. Let's begin by taking a moment to allow your body to settle in a comfortable position. You may close your eyes or keep them slightly open, willing the spine to lift and the shoulders to soften. Today, we'll practice a short body scan. Checking in with our bodies helps settle the mind. Helps us notice physical sensations and emotions that might be present. Begin by taking a full breath in and a long breath out. Now bringing awareness to the top of your body, your head, face, neck, and shoulders. Noticing any sensations, movements, any places of holding. Now moving down to the arms and to the hands. Sensing the back of the body, the front of the body. Sensing yourself seated. Feeling the contact of your body with the chair. Now sensing your upper legs, your lower legs, and the feet. Noticing if there's any particular places that call out for your attention. Places where sensations feel most vibrant or dynamic. Scanning to see if there's places where there's a lack of sensation or very faint sensations. Now coming back to the whole body, sensing the whole body breathing. One complete organism. Finishing with a deep breath in and a long breath out. And when you're ready, you can come back to the room and open your eyes. All righty, here we go. You're welcome. This is my 3-year plan. You clicking? Who's clicking? Oh, perfect. All right, we're all familiar with the mission, vision, and purpose statement. Go on.
Just wisdom on it.
Okay, 3-year process. Close your eyes. What was year 1? What was the thing for year 1?
Can we, I'm sorry, because we're recording, you're going to have to hold a mic.
So
There's
year,
probably a
what was
walking
year
mic.
1?
Does that work?
Clearing the land.
If you want to walk around.
Okay, year 2, building the structures. Year 3, maintain success. So we're going to go into year 1 of the plan, kind of a recap. All right, the Director of Social and Emotional Learning is a key collaborator in building the bridge between in-school mental health support and community-based or outside mental health services for students in need. However, the role is so effective because of the collaboration that is done with important school-based and community-based partners, but most importantly with students and their families. This role was created to close as many gaps as we could, to get our students who are in need of services to those services, and in order to do so, we often had to reduce barriers and continue to have to reduce barriers for parents in order to make that happen. So this is the organizational flow chart. I'm a member of the district admin team. The site counselors and the behavioral specialists are under their admin, but I work the most closely with them directly in regards to serving our students. All right, we began doing monthly newsletters in the fall of 2021, and we have kept that going to current. BUSD, through the Project Aware grant, we're able to put together these resources. If you go onto our district webpage, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a tab that says Mental Health Resources. It's also available under the helpful links on the webpage. If you notice, the subjects run the gamut, and they're all very important, whether or not it's grief, bullying, domestic violence, self-harm, LGBTQ+, sexual assault, eating disorders, and pregnancy hotlines. Every one of those numbers also have an option for support by chat, so like by texting, and it has lists the websites as well. We've always had a policy in place in regards to bullying, but it pretty much lived in our handbooks. So we created an anonymous bullying report form, like a Google form, which is also available directly from the district website. Through Project Aware, we were able to fund Securely. So Security acts like a technology net, flagging key search words and vocabulary that could signal students in crisis or who are struggling. Flagged alerts are sent to selected admin and counselors at each site to be addressed. This could be anything from inappropriate images to gun violence, searching different things in regards to hotlines, certain keywords like kill or hurt or harm will go and be flagged, and they will go directly to the site admin and the counselor at those sites in order to handle it. And increasingly so now, when you go to any Google search, you go to start typing something, and all these other people and what the trends are, a lot of the students just go to type something and then they see something else and they hit that option when they couldn't spell it on their own, or it's not something they would normally do, but once they click that, again, we're alerted and we look into it. So we developed the counselor referral form back in spring of 2022. A workshop was also developed and presented and then given to staff so they can use it for their reference. I know this has been presented in board meetings prior. It also has a rubric in there and explains the different reasons to refer students and the categories to choose. So wrapping up year one was pretty much the tail end of our Project Aware. We had a suicide prevention walk held at the secondary campus with members from the state and Access and our school counselors. So Cognito, again, through Project Aware, we were able to use the funding to train our staff on suicide awareness. This is a state mandated training that needs to be done every 3 years. So at the end of year one, we were able to get the majority of the staff trained, and then last fall, we followed up with new staff or staff at the secondary campus that weren't able to get trained the year prior. And this included bus transportation as well that received the training. All right, this is where my heart is. A lot of times there's just not enough time during the school day because of what's going on and putting out fires, meeting with students. After hours, I'm able to spend more time with students and families, run small groups, and really just kind of work on the resiliency skills. One of the main things I do when I take students out in the afternoons and for outings is helping with their coping skills. Earlier this week, I took a handful of students up to Baboquivari, and one of the students that was new to my hiking group, I asked him how it was going and what he thought. He's like, I don't even know what I was upset about. And just seeing that smile on his face, he's like, I'm just loving life right now. And just was amazing. Just a student that had a recent loss in his family, has some other issues going on and some separation. It just was great to see him be a kid. And that's the kind of ties you want to make back to the behavior, whether or not he's bullying at school, making inappropriate threats, that sort of thing, and working on that anger. So again, resiliency and coping skills. All right, so year two, building the structures. So we continue to add on. We continue to do our monthly newsletters. I began to work with any new staff members to the counseling team. I also tried to support any new teachers to our school district, whether or not they've been teaching for years or brand new to teaching. So these are some of our partnerships. Arizona Complete Health, it's through them that Community Health Associates staff the crisis mobile team. When we have a student that's in need of services, we feel that a higher level care may be needed, we will contact crisis to come out to also do an assessment. From there, it's determined whether or not a student needs to go to a crisis response center or whether or not they need to be inpatient. Intermountain Center for Human Development is our #1 provider at the current time for students for counseling. The Cook Foundation is something that we took on again through Project Aware. They provided resources for us and helped us with the monthly series of mental health. Text Talk Act, they have been out for the past 2 years doing interactive presentations at the secondary campus, the accelerated campus, and intermediate campus. Through parentguidance.org, we have online resources, and recently we began to offer on-demand courses. And then obviously TO Behavioral Health, our nation's hospital, the police department, and then our second main provider for our behavioral health is Spectrum. All right, so we continued on with the counseling referral form. Again, this was something that's offered at the beginning of every school year at each site to make sure that everybody is trained and able to submit referrals. Keep that in mind, and when even on the referral form, when you look at it, if it's an emergency, we're not asking for that form to be filled out. We want to be contacted right away. But that referral form helps us with data purposes, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. So last year's when we developed the QR code, we made sure that not only students and staff, but the community had access to this policy by having it on the website. The QR code has been included in our school newsletters and also posted on the campuses. When something is filled out, it comes to the district office. If it's anything related to bullying, then it's passed on to me, and then I work with the counselors for what student and what sites it might be implicated in the report. And sometimes they go across campuses. All right, solidifying communication. One of my goals last year was to make sure that no party is assumed, the counseling team, not to just assume I may know or be aware of a crisis that happened with a student, or assume that the parents also shared the information with the school. So if they didn't share it with the office with parent permission, I made sure that the counselors of that site would be aware. And sometimes I don't know the information, even with students that I'm working with. Sometimes a parent has felt like, oh, the counselor will tell her because I did tell this person. So we wanted to make sure that flow of communication went both ways. Yay, okay, so we had our second Brian Brown Youth Academy. We had 25 youth. Over 3/4 of them were BUSD students. 3 of them in June had not been in school for a semester or more. All 3 of them are back with BUSD. 1 of them at the accelerated campus, and 2 have returned to the secondary campus. In addition to our students, we had students from TO High School, we had a student from Gila Bend, and a student from out of state. You can go to the next slide. So here's some pictures from the camp. We found out this morning that we have a grant that we were awarded, so we're going to be working on planning for that. And then we're going to raise the number of students, keep the same age group, 14 to 17, but we're going to raise it to 35 students. We're going to be working with the Sells district for the day after their Halloween event, which I believe is going to be Saturday, October 26th. We are going to have an event just solely at Brian Brown Youth Academy, have students that have participated in the event, and call other resources to come and help put up tables as well. So we'll have mental health and law enforcement. FBI is going to put up a table, etc. All right, so I like to call year 3, I know it's maintain success, but we want to maintain and increase our level of services and getting students the help that they may need. How are we going to do that? We do this through normalizing social emotional awareness and mental health in the community. To do this, we have to have a strong foundation of counseling practice and partnerships. So the counseling referral form, Synergy actually were pretty impressed with the counseling referral form that we had developed. They have taken that form and on their end have now put it into Synergy. So it's going to be now, that's going to be the add-on. You know, they're welcome to share it and use it with other school districts because of they felt the quality that it was. So it isn't on the trial site as staff are being trained. Once the MTS is fully rolled out, as long as you have access to that student, then you're going to be able to have access to put that referral in. We still want to keep the counselor referral forms open for other staff that maybe didn't have that student, but would like to put in a referral. And with a big piece with having it in Synergy is going to help us for data. It's going to help us see trends. It's going to help us see, I really want to see the time of year when certain, behaviors might spike, the number of kids that we've referred out, all that kind of tracking information that's been very hard to do with just the Google form and separate Google forms across the district. So Spectrum came on under Arizona Complete Health. They still are under them as far as their ability to work out here. In the spring of last year, they got the MOU for the entire nation. When that happened, we saw a decline in services to our students. They were just stretched really thin. We have one behavioral coach that comes out to our schools, but they were also serving the BIE schools and then began serving the community. That's changed. The behavioral coach will now be solely working with BUSD. They will be on site 9 to 2, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. That's a tentative schedule that's up there right now. We also are able to send parents to get services through Spectrum as well. So, next slide. Intermountain, again, is the #1 provider to our students. We have finalized the schedule with them too. There's only 2 counselors, so we have to be a little bit more lenient on how things work, but basically Caleb, who is the director of Intermountain, he serves our primary and intermediate students, and then Quentin serves our accelerated and high school students, our secondary campus students. So Monday through Thursday, they are out here as well to service our students on site. We are going to continue with the Cook Foundation. A new thing that we're looking into is called Ask a Therapist. I know a couple of you have done the mental health series in the past, and it was hard. It was hard to ask a question. You came to this training, you wanted to know something, and you couldn't ask anything. So in this event, I was able to shadow one last month. You're able to put in questions ahead of time, but you're also able to submit questions during the course of the presentation. The question is given to the therapist and you can hear your answer in live time. So that will be in the future to be rolled out, and we will be bringing back the mental health monthly series events. In addition to that, we'll be continuing with Text Talk Act, come out and do presentations, and we are now looking at an MOU with Child and Family Resources out of Tucson. They currently have a grant to service students between 6th and 8th grade. Our main focus that they have curriculum already for is going to be self-harm and suicidal ideation. We spoke to them on our other 3 largest concerns, being marijuana vaping, bullying, as well as, grief and loss, to make sure that we can see whether or not groups can be provided for those grade levels as well. So that would be the intermediate campus, the middle school, and the students that are in middle school ages at the accelerated campus. Ta-da! Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Corden. Questions? Ms. Vance?
I don't have any questions, but I also just want to say thank you, Anne, for everything that you're doing. I know a lot of our students have issues that they don't want to bring forward, and it does come out in negative ways. And so everything that you're doing is helping not only the student, but the community and their families. So I sure hope that with everything that you are taking in, that you also take care of yourself, because it's a lot to deal with, especially for an individual. So thank you for all that you are doing.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to share real quick. I think that your your spirit is very precious, and so I want to make sure again and reiterate that we want you to take care of yourself. But above all, one of the things that I wanted to ask about, because I know, and I'm really glad it's in your plan, that the comfortability with expression and or emotions and or feeling like I'm not a bad person. This is just a really bad circumstance and situation that I have no control over, and being able to let yourself, like, let it go to some degree, has been one of the things that I know I've been able to witness the gentle like hand that you give, but essentially what I've been able to observe from others that are also doing that within the school district. I want to thank you for any effort that you're giving to be able to guide anyone who needs that type of understanding, especially with our autumn children. In line with that, I wanted to support and ask about, with all of the things you have to be able to track, how much and how well can we build a system of not accountability on our end. I don't think that's the question. The question for me is when we hand something off to someone else and we hope that it's being taken care of. I feel terrible when I hear individuals say, the school is so great, but when I started going to such and such program, it was not the same. And I did not, my child,
As a mental health provider?
yes, as in mental health providers. But there is, and it's been said, but behavioral health or even those systems where they just take so long to even come back. And you just said the same about like Spectrum. They're amazing, and then they opened the door, and then it was like, okay, what happened? But I don't want us to also get bogged down too much. And I'm not saying that without the understanding that when we don't provide those services, our students suffer, and then we don't see the successes or the achievements that we would like. But I do want to be able to respectfully hold the nation accountable for welcoming these programs in or these systems in or trying to build a program, and then we try to reach out for some help, or not help, but as a partner. Here's our beautiful student child. You have the service and the capability way beyond what we can do right now. And that way, I know if we have that information and we can kind of gauge, not by name, but at least by an individual number or some sort of degree to say, this is the amount of times we've sent over this information to you. And I'm probably looking directly at HRDC that we can share this type of information with, and how many times we've had to, I think, again, going back to what you experience as an individual, where you might have to lose a night of sleep because something wasn't taken care of, and then it turned into something even worse and worse when we thought we had a partnership that would be able to help support that. And now we end up taking it on our own, or you yourself take it on. So I think that there's opportunity for the community and the nation to support us. But I think that, again, we're not looking at it from the perspective of this is what helps our students succeed. They're looking at it as another caseload, and it's not fair that we look at it from a whole child perspective, that if we don't do this, we're going to lose this child, or we're going to have another funeral service or whatever it may be. And that's not where we want to be, because above all, attendance is amazing if we can get it there, but obviously we just heard alarm clocks or something we don't even think about. And yet students are like, I want to be able to be there. This is my support I need. And if we can build those systems to help them, and then if they get to the point where they're in a crisis and we also try to help, I'm really, really proud of you and everything that you've been able to do and the entire systems that we're trying to put into place. I'm disappointed in some of the things that the nation can or cannot do. And it's not because there are not good people there. It's because there's just, for whatever reason, difficulties for them to be able to follow through with some of those things. So I'm hopeful we can use what we're using to at least put some emphasis on that, Mr. Diaz, and go from there.
Redirect those families back to the school.
Right.
I'm glad to hear that they felt the support at the beginning, and then if the third party lacked, then maybe it's the time to switch up that third party.
Okay.
So anytime there is a crisis, it could take, sometimes we have to pull some favors and get a student in within the next 72 hours to be seen or something.
I hear you.
Other times it can take weeks, right? So that's too where my position is, that
Okay.
I have high contact with that individual until they are in services, and then I kind of taper off. But all it means is me stepping up again if I know that
Right.
that student or somebody else, can step up if they are not getting the services that they need. It's hard when you hear from a parent, I haven't heard from them for months, and you're like,
I know. It's always 5 months later when they're like, yeah, I tried and I waited and I gave up. I'm like, don't let
Yeah.
us know so we can
Exactly.
something, but I hear you.
But what you also said we were working on right now, we do have Google Docs that were created. We are sharing information. We have a whole list and it's shared with the highly confidential, but we have it shared
Yeah.
with the counselors of all the students and how they're being. So whether or not this is their first intake day, we're not breaking it down by individual minutes
Right.
or total service minutes, because it really isn't our business exactly that treatment plan, but making sure that they're being seen. Same thing with Spectrum. We have our own now online referral form that's just for BUSD, no other schools.
Okay.
And then we're seeing it live as things are getting scheduled. And again, in a meeting yesterday, there was concerns. I put in a referral last week, and now they're not being scheduled to mid-October.
Right.
So, but still, I need to know that, because then I know I need to make sure that we're putting in those extra supports between now and then.
Yes. Thank you. That was all I had. Ms. Hendricks?
Thank you for your presentation. Preventive training and workshops. I know that you did some last year. I attended a few of them online. And those are going to continue?
We're renewing our contract with the Cook Foundation, but what we're trying to do is add on this extra piece of the Ask the Therapist, which I think will be so much more beneficial to our families when they get online and they do these events.
Again, that one you did for parents and guardians and grandparents and everything, but, and for students?
I mean, the child and family resources that we're currently working on an MOU with.
Okay. All right, but yeah, I thank you, and this was all good information, and continue doing the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
Ms. Stevens?
Thank you, Ms. Corden, for all your hard work. I always enjoy your presentations. I think it's something that's needed. I know you've talked a lot about funding and getting information, and I always bring back to, you just opened up with this great activity of meditation, and I think if children could learn how to regulate their emotions, they'll do a lot better. So I always encourage, like, can that be taught to teachers? Can that be taught so that they can open up a class with that? Or even when students are dealing with like emotions, like how can I self-regulate myself to like calm down, meditate, or do some kind of activity, or even an outlet as far as like a punching bag or something, because or art therapy.
In my office.
Yeah, art therapy or something, because students need those things, and I feel it's helpful even as adults. I never really paid attention to meditation until I was losing my father, and it was so stressful. And I was like, I have to find a way to keep my sanity. And so I spent a lot of time meditating, and so I appreciate it now. And I think as my current job, we spend a lot of time when we are together providing those opportunities, and even when we are meeting with students, creating those possibility, like walking them through a meditation process of like, okay, you're going to start a new semester. How can we be helpful? This is trying to teach them some of those tools. So I think those are things to consider if you can train the teachers, the staff, to just help a student calm down and learn how to regulate their emotions.
We do a lot of breathing exercises with students. I think doing the whole class ones would be a really good idea,
Right.
in addition to like their class council and PBIS.
Yes. And I've been watching a whole lot of things about like yoga and how yoga helps with that stuff too. So I think it's great. But I also appreciate everything else that you're doing, because you're doing wonderful things. Juan did mention, there's so many things that the nation could be doing. And I feel, there's so many resources, but we're not talking or having these
Yeah.
conversations, that sometimes things fall off the radar, and it does make it impossible. And we don't want to see our community hurt anymore, and have to deal with this historical trauma, and like, how do we move forward? So I appreciate your efforts. And sometimes when we bring in new people, and it also comes down to cultural awareness, and you've been in the community for a long time, so you're aware of those things. But I think when we bring in new people, that's something that needs to be stressed across the board, because you deal with those issues of just not being aware.
The last thing I want to mention is when we go out to the state, I think sometimes we're almost the envy because we tell them we have a social emotional learning director. Like this is the importance and the highest priority that we want to make sure that we're providing. And I'll tell you, just to share, I'm sure you're aware, but it is so disheartening to hear how much it's trying to be ripped away from a lot of the other school districts. So trust me when I tell you that it is one of the things that this board is definitely going to maintain and stand behind as much as humanly possible. Not even humanly. I think for sometimes it comes down to what we're responsible for. But in addition to that, I think that when we had, I think in the long term vision for any opportunity that we have to model those things as adults, as us sitting here doing what you just did
Appreciate you all participating.
to in the morning, like that. Truly, we're all uncomfortable at the beginning, but it's a start. And I think when we continue to push that image or that modeling out there as adults now, the students and everyone else, like we don't put it in your hands only, but we go, we participate, we talk about our feelings. I know it's not fun and it's not always the greatest, but obviously it has effects on individuals that we don't even think about. So I'm really glad and grateful, and I think that I want to support what Ms. Anna had mentioned in that if there's any way possible or any opportunity that you might need one of us or something to be able to say model something, I don't know, whatever it may be, but I think that's what my commitment will be, you know what I mean, to being able to push that effort forward in your goals that you're trying to reach of finding a comfortable space in this district for everyone. Like, hey, we get what you're going through now. I mean, not to that degree, but we're going to make the effort to understand what it is that's bothering you because you're not a bad kid. It's just a bad day or something's happening.
Choices.
So, those are things that people feel very, I don't know how they feel about it, but, it is a process. So, Mr. Diaz.
Ms. Gordon, President Maria, members of the board, members of the community, what I want to appreciate and highlight and give you a shout out is this is how you're building structures. And it is your leadership and your guidance in collaborating with multiple offices of the district office as well as our counselors to build structures. I know the goals and the intentions are great, but it is more powerful when it comes to building the structures. All the time that you have spent and collaborated with not only outside agencies, but also within our district to build structures, forms, referrals, aligning it to our SIS, the student informational systems. And secondly, I also want to thank you for your support in holding agencies. It is based on the data that we're now collecting that we have those courageous conversations with some of our agencies this year to say, hey, our data shows that you need to step it up. And the way I want to challenge you this coming year between now and maintain success is maximize the influence of the governing board as a body and the office of the superintendent to schedule now follow-up conversations with the nation or any outside agencies to say, let's take it to the next level. And hold each other accountable, but also remind our agencies that the school cannot do it all, and that they need to step it up on. At one point, I need to tell my employees or members of my team to go to sleep, and some agencies, they need to step it up. Thank you for your support. Thank you for what you're doing, and special thanks to our counselors as well. You giving up on Saturday to learn more about our systems in place, and I commend you for being here today. Thank you so much for everything that you do as well.
Thank you.
You don't mind passing that around? People can see that.
You want to video?
Yes, thank you. So B and I were both presented yesterday from the director of the Brian Brown Youth Academy, a poster signed by all the students. So I'm
cool.
going to give this one to Ruben if he wants to hang. Okay. So I'll just pass it on if you guys want to see it closer. So again, there's students. Three-fourths of the students. Oh, okay. Yours. You can get back to Ruben.
And
Thank you guys again.
at this point, I know we scheduled for a little break, but
We have to take a break. Can I take a break? I need a break.
Okay,
And I don't want
right.
to miss anything.
Right.
So we'll
Don't
be
worry.
quick, 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Can we make sure we get coffee?
Take care of your social emotional needs right now.
James, that you were asking about Zoom, I took students to Baja. We walked over.
What is it?
No
way!
They're out there now? Yeah, yeah. Oh, so they're out there tomorrow. This is pretty far into the canyon. I can get some students to.
Oh my God. I've been out there. I've been wanting to get the, I didn't know we were trying to figure out when to go out there.
That when I clicked on the one, their operations
It
one,
should be there, yes, ma'am.
yeah, it's asking me. I sent this request. I don't know if it's to him or to you.
It shouldn't be to me,
Oh, okay.
because I gave it all to Ben and to,
To Ruben?
yes, ma'am.
All right. Ruben, it's telling me to us to request access to his slide.
For his presentation?
Yeah.
So Greg, you stayed and hung around and then actually went with me, with students to the spring. And then over to Picture Rocks. And so like kids just loved it, asking me questions, talking about.
Do they still have the coffee out?
Yeah, you want a refill?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one got cold.
No iced coffee. Operations.
I thought he was gonna add both of them, but I guess he didn't.
I'm sorry?
I thought you were gonna add both of them, but I guess you didn't. There's a second part in there.
Let me see.
That's the one that has everything in.
Did you get my request? Request access.
I should be able to do
What's
it
that?
regardless. Transportation, grants, office, sunrise, Hamadog, transportation. Did I skip it? District, secondary operations, and
Yeah, that's the
This
ongoing
one.
list, the other one that we've had since I've gotten here.
and share. Anyone with a link? Anyone with a link? Refresh and try it again.
So that other one showed like,
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it's working. Let me get you coffee.
My brother gonna retire this year?
he hasn't told me that yet.
He needs to.
He's one of my dedicated people that always comes to work.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm waiting for him to, and then I will.
Oh. The bad part about it is if he leaves, I have nobody to replace him.
Oh,
I have
really?
nobody applying for jobs right now.
Oh.
We finally had a kid apply for a maintenance job, and we have another interview next Wednesday for another maintenance job, but it's been quiet.
Oh,
Crickets.
really?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are
you?
I don't know how much information you guys want to know, so you just gotta keep pounding me or asking me questions.
Everything.
I could give you like months and months worth of reading.
I am cold. Yeah. No, I'm keeping it.
Okay.
Eat the fruit. I'm getting at that age where it's just cold all the time. You didn't have a district meeting this weekend? Uh-huh. Oh. What?
And 1, 2, 3, Stevens.
Mine is growing, but there's no shade in it. Not until December. What? Oh, I know. Aw, thank you. Hi, baby. I love you. Little, what is it, under the sea? Oh, it's beautiful. It looks like a crown. Oh, I love your dog. Look at her. She's a nice. Oh, look at her. I love it. Who made it?
Right, Ruben.
Okay.
She's right there. On her phone. It's here.
Okay, she's on the phone, so we can go ahead and continue.
Hey, Mr. Diaz, real quick. Some of these we don't have access to. Can we make sure that we can get onto these?
Yeah, I had to request.
The transportation, I just refresh, if you don't mind refreshing.
I want to
You
say
should-
operations too.
I mean operations. I just
Oh, you just
refreshed
refreshed it?
operations. If you don't mind refreshing, and let me know if it worked.
Okay, man.
No, thank you.
Okay. Sir, when you're ready.
Ready? Yeah, you ready?
Good morning, Ruben, or Superintendent Diaz, Board Chair. I've been going here now almost 4 years now, it'll be 4 years in November. So I'm gonna give you my operations. A lot of this, remember, started before we implemented the department, wanting to do a 3-year plan. So a lot of this stuff is still ongoing. We're probably at where I would see our 5-year plan is where we're at now with us, because we're ahead of schedule, in doing some, major remodels and stuff like that throughout the schools and stuff. So I just want to start out with, again, my 3-year, excuse me, my 3-year plan update, operations to meet, steps to meet your 3-year plan. The first part of it is, again, since we've met the last couple of times for board retreats, project updates. I don't know if you want to go through these one by one, or if you want to pick out a few of the highlight ones. We can go through that too. The major ones right now that are being funded by SFB are the intermediate school roof project, and the updated completion is the middle of December, right before fall or Christmas break. I'm sorry.
Can you identify it in the project number so I can?
Yep, I'm sorry. It is number,
5? Oh, no,
it
4?
is number 5. Intermediate, no, it
Oh,
is
4?
sorry. Intermediate school building roof replacement. So if you want to go to that one.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
And this is the one that started at about this time of last year when we started, about a month ago early. So this was all funded from SFB. We actually we were behind a little, and now they're gonna start on Monday again because we had some more change orders that came through, and I needed to get state funding, and we had to wait till after the fiscal year for the state to actually give us more money to finish some of the change orders that were needed. And again, this will be completed in December of 2024 before Christmas, before we do our Christmas break. And a lot of the stuff that we had to do change orders on were the drains for all of the buildings. They actually needed to be brought up to a code size, because when it was built, it was a 2-inch, and now it's a 3-inch drain to get the water off of the building. So that's probably one of the biggest things that they're gonna have to be doing coming up now, is they're gonna be core drilling through some of the roofs and putting in new drain pipes and coming out all the way down to the outside of the building.
So all of these projects are in progress. Are any of them completed?
The ones that were completed was the primary gym at the primary school.
Replacement?
Excuse me, again, can you identify it on the project
Yep, I'm
numbers?
looking for it right now, I'm sorry.
Ruben,
Sir.
maybe following this, can we update this and note that?
Like completed?
Yeah, it's in, when you read up the projects, it'll actually say that it's completed. It'll tell you exactly the money
Oh.
amount and how much was spent and everything.
Oh,
Okay.
So it will be number 2, primary school gym building roof replacement.
Oh, okay.
So, and if you go to that, it'll actually tell you that it started October 23rd, or October 2023. It ended on May of 2024,
Okay.
unused funds and everything. It'll show everything that's on there.
What is the unused funds?
There was no money left over, I'm sorry.
Okay,
Because this was money from the state and not from our actual impact aid or anything like that, M&O operations money.
okay.
And then the other project that would have been done would have been the intermediate kitchen.
Oh, okay.
That is number 7. So if you go to actually number 7 that's on there, that'll actually physically tell you how much money was spent, when it started. It started in February, it ended in 2023. Unused funds, the state paid about $354,000 for the update.
Okay.
Unused meaning we didn't use. What does that mean? I'm still confused.
Yep, no money left over, correct.
They use every penny for that project.
Okay.
And
Oh,
remember-
okay. So if it was 350,000, you would have 4,000 something right there.
And that's 17 cents they use.
It would sit there and be like, oh, we didn't use 17 cents. Okay.
So it was net, so yeah, so really, the way that it's set up is, the state is the one that gives us the money. We're just the in-between person that pays the contractor. It doesn't come out of our funds. We're just an in-between, so they give us the money, they put it in our account. We put the check to them, because the state can't be the person that's actually giving the checks out, so we're the middle person.
So is that all captured? Meaning, what if it goes over? Is there no?
That's where the change orders come in. So if there's change orders that come in, then I have to go back to the state. I have to, present to the state with the architect and with the contractor.
Okay.
This is money that we need.
To-
They approve it, and then that's why the intermediate school there was so much extra that was not caught at the beginning of the actual project when we
Okay.
put it together. Yes, sir.
Okay. Awesome. Okay. Thank you.
So yeah, so what's been done is the primary school, the intermediate kitchen. We're working on the intermediate roofs. We're working on the secondary roofs at the high school. And the fifth one will be the actual canopies at the intermediate school. And I believe that is number
5.
number 5. And that will not get started until they finish the roofs, because once the roofs are done, then we can come in and finish the canopies that are around the outside of the actual buildings.
What is the is there I'm sure you have some sort of contingency fund, especially after what storms have been kind of becoming, and I know we're doing putting a lot of investment into this. Is there like a way? I mean, are we protect it? Basically, that's what
So
I
I can so the storm that came through that damaged our football field bleachers and stuff like that, the trust actually took care of all that.
Okay.
Yep, so the trust took care of that. We're actually, we finalized with Terrell on a company that's coming in to do our tree removal, because we had a bunch of trees go down. And so
Right.
the trust insurance is giving us money to actually have a company come in and remove the larger trees and stuff like that we had damage to. And we actually are actually looking at a bunch of other trees throughout the district that we have to fund. So I put together a thing and sent to finance to actually get a bunch of other trees removed, because the trust won't pay for that, but we need to remove them because in the future, they could cause a problem with our buildings if they do fall down.
Oh. Okay. Awesome. I'm glad on your radar.
Yep, so the bleachers, we had a bunch of water damage, water damage at the high school, in the library that they took care of. We had some water damage at the 800 Rock House that we took care of. And then we had some water damage at the library at the intermediate school that they took care of.
Is that the weatherization?
No, ma'am. So the weatherization, once I get a lot of these projects all done, then the state, we've already been allocated 1.5 million for the weatherization at the intermediate school. But until we get a lot of our other projects done, they don't want to hamper me, because I have to be the boots on the ground person following all these jobs. So then they will allocate. And right now, we did get $50,000 out of the 1.5 million, because the one wall on the south of the library was damaged. So that wall is actually going to get starting to get removed, and then it'll get reinstalled again. And that was with the weatherization of the 1.5 million. But they only gave us 50 grand just to do the one wall. But the weatherization will be like doors, windows replacement, weatherization of the doors, the seals, and then they'll come around and they'll actually pressure wash all the buildings, and then when they come back through, they'll actually patch where all the paint's been coming off, and then they'll come back in with like a process, like when we painted the admin building, they'll come in with a process where they put on a couple coats, and then they'll paint it a final coat, and then they'll seal it, and then that should last for 20 years.
What's your take on, and I'm only asking because I feel like, well, first of all, I want to say, especially, I'm 100% a lot more comfortable as an individual whose sole responsibility is to look at and find and protect the finances of this district. But essentially, your coming on has been one of the I just want to say thank you. I think especially overall and what you've been able to do for the team and overall for the schools especially, it has definitely been a very different experience from my beginning year here to now. But I wanted to ask for the sake of, and maybe put on your radar, and maybe this is something that doesn't even pertain to you, But we had talked about a lot of different engaging types of opportunities with communities, with students, in trying to re-engage our connectivity with them. What do you feel, or is there, I'm sure you're having conversations about identifying buildings, walls, whatever it may be, that we could work on different types of mural projects or different types of things where we're not we're not degrading the you know, the overall buildings, but we're adding some sort of effect to that so that we give it a sense of
Correct.
community. But I just wanted to put that in your radar if maybe that's
You know,
something.
at the intermediate school, there's been some walls that myself and their admin team have picked out. I just don't know where they're at with it, because I'm just gonna be the person that will get you the wall and you're doing the rest of that stuff.
Okay.
I know, like, when we did, you know, when we painted the gyms, we added some of that extra stuff in there. The intermediate, you know, the intermediate school, we added a little bit more instead of just having a white wall. When we did the high school, I couldn't find anybody really that could put a B on the wall. So remember in the gym, I actually, a company actually donated those two big Bs that are on the wall in
Yeah.
there. But I know what you're talking about. I've done that before in the past, even with cities that I've worked with. But if they tell me, you know, as long as I know ahead of time, because the preparing of the wall on the outside, especially like the high school, we need to make sure the walls aren't in the you know, like the 100%. If you go to the high school and you see like the blue paint that's out there,
Yeah.
some of it's faded. We need to make sure if we do a wall that it's not in direct sunlight all the time, because your mural will be gone completely. It will not last very long. So if you look at the blue on some of the walls, it's gone. It's, you know, it's degraded or whatever, and some of it's really bright. So when we come back in and paint the schools, it'll actually be to a color that'll last a lot longer, and it won't, you know, it won't degrade as fast as the blue did.
Okay. Yeah. Just a general question.
But that's the key is mural placement and where they're at and stuff like that.
Excellent.
And if they're inside, even better.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Mr. Diaz.
Were you gonna say something?
I'm sorry, Miss Sylvia.
Go ahead.
No, I just had a quick question. So do you have periodic inspections?
So do I do
I
them?
mean, the school itself, the buildings.
So SFB or SFD, the school, you know, State Facilities Division, they're actually coming out here. Monday, we're going to do a tour. So then Tuesday through Friday, from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., I have the state here every day with me. So, yes, sir.
Can you elaborate facilities walkthroughs that we conduct?
So, and then we do facilities walkthrough. Me and Ruben have done it before. But then if you see that I put on my agenda, on my board reports, that Chris, as a custodial supervisor, he's actually doing them with the lead custodians and the assistant principals. And that's more for cleaning. But when they see like things that need to be repaired, that's when the assistant principal will let Chris know to get back to me, because I can't do all those meetings because I've been doing a lot of stuff with the contractors and stuff. So he's letting me know, you know, if there's stuff that needs to be repaired, if there's toilets or whatever, we're getting it on it. But the new system that we're using for FMX, we've added a few more people from the school sites, so they can add a lot more of the work orders to that. So that's been helping. But like, and then you got to remember, the trust comes out here. When I first came, the trust hadn't been out here in many years. So that I've had the trust yearly do inspections. We come out, and a lot of it, and that's where you get some of the emergency, when you see the funding that we need for emergency projects, you know, safety projects, that's where that's coming into fruition, yes.
Okay. And those are the results of the inspection.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
That's good.
Board Member Hendricks, part of what we do as well, we have a report card that we put together as part of our system instructions in place, in collaboration with now the custodian lead. And that report card inspects every single classroom, and it gives a score and a grade to every single part of the classroom, in which we identify trending information or areas that we need to focus on. So depending on the school and depending on the capacity of the custodians, some of the schools they inspected by semester. Some of them right now are going to be inspected monthly, in which the lead custodian, Ross and I, we engage in a walkthrough for the entire facility to be able to give a grade to every single room in that school. And that includes not only the cleanliness, but also identify some areas that need to be addressed. We identified any leaks, any loose faucets, any windows. So all those, the prevention that in the long run is going to pay off. Back to you, Ross.
Let's see, what else do I want to say? So if you want to go back to the further part of this presentation, where it says projects 2024, project 2025. So this is some of the stuff that's on our radar that we're trying to get done. It just depends upon, funding and stuff like that. This is stuff that's been on the, more or less been on the radar since I came, but we tried to get a lot of the other stuff completed because it was smaller dollar amounts. So now we're starting to reach into the higher amounts. And if you look at the HVAC, the project, that's actually coming, the project one, that's actually coming to the end when they finish the completion of the intermediate school. The last 11 units will be put on that school, and then we'll have all brand new HVAC throughout all the school district, except for and that's including housing, except for just a couple that are on like the admin building and transportation and stuff like that. So where it says, the balance, this is how much is remaining for us to pay them, the 429, 764, and the current amount spent you see is $5 million, So and a lot of this money came from ESSER, and I can't tell you the exact amount, that would be an Allison question or Comatina, but it came from ESSER and Impact Aid. So that's how we did that. And like the teacher remodeling housing, if you look down, remember we just spent when we did our walkthrough, we spent $500K and did the houses that we remodeled. So at some point, it's do we look at doing more housing? And at some point, do we look at adding additional new housing?
That's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah.
About whether or
So,
not we
because
ask them.
I know there's a
It's
lot
coming.
of stuff that I have to get to with TOUA, I have to get through with the land people that are with the rest, here, because that is, it's your land, or it's their land, that they're the ones that are gonna tell me where I can and where I cannot put stuff. Because of the sewer needs and the water needs and the electrical and stuff like that.
Oh,
But we as community members have to go through the same thing.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. So I just know it's a lengthy process. That's what I've been told, so.
no surprises. Yeah.
I mean, it's just like that wherever, even if I
No,
was
it's-
out, yeah,
Absolutely.
yep. So that's where you see a lot of these 2025 projects. And it's just small stuff. I know one of them that people have been hounding me on is, as you come in, when you come into the intermediate school parking lot here, I know it's a cluster in the morning. So I think I've found the suggested route on how to fix this for about $12,000. We'd actually put a curb up when you would drive in. There would be a curb from on your right when you got into the parking lot all the way around up into where the kids would be able to cross. And on the other side of the curb would be a sidewalk. Sidewalk would curve around. And then we would have, where the stop sign is, they would actually be able to walk across. And so that is I've met with a few road people, or not road people, but some people that do roads and parking lots and stuff like that. And then we'll take all those curb stops out, because I've seen cars drive over those curb stops.
Yeah.
So we would take the curb stuff out, and they would actually we would line it, parking lot line it and stuff like that. So that's one of the ones that's on our next horizon. We did put a stop sign over, if you come back from the housing, come this way, we put a stop sign to slow people down because they're coming through here and they're not paying attention, and that's what we do. If you come out and sit here for like a half hour when school opens, you'll see the cluster. And it's been like that since I've been here, so.
I always worry about the kids coming across there when cars are coming in and out. I'm like, they're small, and if anybody's not paying attention, yeah. But I hear you. So if that puts emphasis on it, I think we need to make sure that something's taken care of.
Yeah, safety.
Miss Anna?
I just want to say, like Juan mentioned, when we came in, I think there wasn't there wasn't an efficient way of monitoring this until you came in, and I do appreciate the hard work that you do to make sure that things are being monitored, that our warranties are being met, and that you're looking for funding or resources to help us move forward. And you can see it, like you can see it on all the campuses. They're beautiful. They're well taken care of, and there are things that have been addressed that been long-standing. So I do appreciate all your efforts.
Thank you. I know when I get on my soapbox, when I'm in a Zoom meeting with the state, they try to cut my time off. Let them have it. I said, my kids are just like Scottsdale kids.
Yeah.
I get the same amount, we get the same amount of money. So that's what we've been arguing right now.
Oh, well, means a lot. Ms. Vance?
I just want to say that I think you are a true director of operations
Thank you.
compared to what we had before. You have a whole list of projects that need to be taken care of. We've never seen that before. Prior to you coming on board, you have not only the projects that are being taken care of and are on the radar now, but you also have a wish list.
Yeah.
And that's something that is part of moving forward with the planning, so I really appreciate that. And in the questions in the beginning, before I looked at, your presentation, I see now where the projects are complete, what those projects that are still in progress, and pretty much the phases that you're at. So I really appreciate all the hard work that you've done. And it's a lot more than we've seen.
Yeah.
And like was said earlier, our buildings are beautiful, and we know that they're being taken care of because you have this ideal of future.
Correct.
And so just thank you for coming and being part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, did you have anything? Are you okay? You okay?
Yeah, I think that there has been a change in identifying and planning for a better way of maintaining and adding and doing everything that's possible to make this school district what it is today.
You're welcome.
And thank you for that. And I know I keep asking you about is somebody going to retire? And thank you for answering me. But again, you're doing a terrific job. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Yep. The only thing I ask you is I just need employees. I'm short. I send my staff out. They're asking, relatives and people who live here. But I need more grounds people, because if you see everything's growing up since it rained, and you can see the nation is trying to clean up their buildings now because of the rain. And I know it's supposed to rain again this weekend, but we just need more grounds people. I've been running them pretty much rampant, with overtime every week just to get caught up.
How many do you have now?
I have 5,
And how
and
many
I usually
openings?
have 7.
You need 7.
Yep, and I usually have 5 maintenance guys, and right now I only have 2. So guess who's been, doing a lot of extra help on the weekends, and we've been coming in and doing stuff. And I don't want to really go out and hire. I mean, we do hire companies, like the electric, because a lot of it's electric. The guys that we have aren't established enough with that, and we do hire some extra plumbers, a company to come in. But I don't want to go out and just do like the easy stuff. We need our staff to be doing that to get caught up on everything. And,
How well are we advertising all this?
That's a whole new conversation. No, that's
We
a
have
whole new
HR
conversation.
later in the day.
That's a different department and a different conversation. And there's also a plan in place that we're going to be coming before the governing board to see if you support that as well.
And I didn't include my org chart because we're trying to figure out, I'm trying to ask Ruben, you know, if we should change my org chart to help me out a little because I'm burning at two ends of the candle,
Yeah.
more or less. It's been a lot lately.
Is that on another slide, the org chart?
No, he didn't include it. He said, because he's
It's
trying to.
it's developing, work in progress.
It's developing work in progress.
We have a
yeah.
draft, but we have ideas in how we're going to rearrange it so he can actually be a husband and a father.
That's good. Absolutely. Yes. Support that. 1000%. Recommendations. I've been at a few tables, and this is regarding your need for anybody. Not only do districts also have opportunities for occasional hires that they will pay for jobs that are needed. So whether it's yard work or grounds work, that might be a good conversation to initiate. The other one is the college has, as far as I know, looking at different types of working programs. Even One Stop has working programs where they will pay them and all they need is the work that they need to do. So there are different opportunities that I think that they have or they have clientele that need positions. And I don't know how well or when.
One stop, right?
One Stop.
Yeah. Me and Ruben have,
apprenticeship
we've met.
Yeah.
We've met with that program.
So anytime and any moment, like if there's something that you need that we can help with, I understand, but I'm just for the sake of
Yep.
the public, and if there's any instance that we need to press on like HRDC again for programming on what they need to do, we obviously have the jobs. We just need the individuals that are able to do so, and if there's any way that we can cut some of the,
Correct.
we enter into some sort of partnership as opposed to going through all the red tape, which ends up being difficult for a lot of people. But nonetheless, I think that there are opportunities. I just wanted to put that on your radar and then make those recommendations. Miss Anna.
I was also gonna say, I know we had discussed like getting like seniors or students to come out, giving them that experience, especially those who are, have
Met the
other
requirements.
credits, yes. And then, I know TOCC does have like their apprenticeship program, and they have to finish so many hours. So I think it'll be really great to work
Right.
with them.
I think the only thing that was discussed was they just had to be 18. I think that was the
Yeah.
main.
And transportation.
And transportation. Yes, sir.
What was that? What was the
Fingerprint clearance.
What was that?
what was the first part you mentioned?
18. They had to be 18 years old.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's,
the
that's the-
18 transportation and fingerprint clearance.
Yep, those were the three things that we've talked about before.
You've talked with them about?
No, we've talked about it, but I think Ruben's probably talked about it at length with
I'm
other.
pretty sure that we do have a lot of apprentices that are over 18, but I think they would then make that effort in providing them the clearance and whatever they need.
Yeah.
right.
Different conversation as well.
No, I understand. I just know that obviously you're doing as much as you can, and without more support, you get pulled in different directions.
I know Mr. Fox, he's been an advocate of trying to get some of the kiddos over there once they graduate.
Oh, yeah.
To come over, because he's got some of them that are a lot older than
Oh.
18. So he's been trying to push them towards us, but that, I think they're going elsewheres, I guess.
Which we do have some interns in transportation.
Yeah.
Another tiny little recommendation, and this probably doesn't fall under operations, but maybe overall for the district. I always thought about naming our buildings and some of the identification of buildings. I think there's only one that says gym or even library.
Well, and that was gonna be, we were gonna talk about that when we did the weatherization.
Okay.
If you saw me, remember when we did this building, I actually had them paint the shiny silver to black so it pops out
Yeah.
a little bit more. So we were gonna be doing that to those buildings, because I know a lot at the secondary had to get moved because, like, the weight room isn't the weight room anymore. The band room or the band room or what, it's not the band room anymore, it's something else. We just have to move a lot of those signs out. And I know at one point you guys talked about having it in your language or
Yes.
or spelled. So that would be another discussion. Once the weatherization's done, we can come in and put new signage up after that stuff.
Love it. Thank you for having that on your radar.
It's coming, but it just has to be.
Okay.
I only have enough time in the day.
And again, just putting out there, Mr. Diaz, sorry. Go
I'm
ahead.
gonna explode. Pick me, pick me, pick me, please.
But and if you guys ever want to tour again, I am always open. You know, even if it's just one-on-one and you want to tour and you don't want to bring the whole group like we've done before in the past, I'm up for that. Yes, ma'am.
I just now remember, I know there's another thing we're gonna talk about. When we did the tour, we talked about training for the high school students and intermediate schools about being respectful
ma'am.
and doing a comparison of like how it looks at primary compared to like high school.
Yes, ma'am.
And are you still having those issues
Yes,
and
ma'am.
dealing with them? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So have you had those discussions with students?
It is something that is expected, but I think the next step is going to be the accountability part is show me evidence that you have done it and how is it improving. So I think that's on my end that I need to follow up on.
That's good. I'm glad you have orders. Go ahead, Mr. Diaz.
I want to go back to our plan, and I want to go back, how is operations helping a 3-year plan? And I want to address, by doing so, I want to address how important this is to our community, so they can see how even operations, it's probably one, just as transportation, one of the greatest and most important part in how we can reach our 3-year plan. When I came almost 5 years ago, I was hoping to, looking at the day that we're going to be at the maintenance level, not only on the repair or the Band-Aid level. And also in the beginning of the year, during the kickoff, I was asking for our responsibility not to walk the path, but actually leaving a footprint behind. And having said that, I want to highlight and commend not only Ross, but also the governing board in terms of how the footprint is left behind and the legacy left behind. Ross, I want to thank you for the amount of time, energy, effort. And I want to thank Lisa, your wife, for her patience in the process as well, because of the amount of hours that you put in place. And the hours that right now you're also sacrificing with your children and to be able to be on top of everything else. The amount of money that you brought into the district, it takes time to think the money and to advocate for that money and the savings in the long run. Not only for the money, the initial investment through SFB, and for us to be considered as part of the agenda and the priority, but it is the level of infrastructure that is being brought and supported through the governing board, the amount of money that is going to be saved. A legacy that you're leaving behind as board members is not only the academic, it's not only the financial, not only hiring the superintendent, but it is a legacy that the buildings, they're going to be in such a great conditions for 10, 15, 20 years that it's going to save money along the way. And our responsibility as a governing board to now the system in place is now is going to be show me evidence of the maintenance in place. Show us evidence of the maintenance in place so that we don't get back to the being in a hole that we, at one point, we did not know how far or how long it was going to take to be able to fix everything. How is that important to our 3-year plan? 5 years ago, it was hard to focus on the instruction when I kept seeing that buckets were in the classrooms holding the rain, when water stains were all over on the panels, when there was stains on by the electricity. How can students, teachers, and administrators focus when they're being pulled in different directions when the building or the infrastructure is not in place? So what I want to thank Ross and his team on behalf of our students is because of the level of change in the way fixing and rebuilding and putting in place, it's now taking away those distractions from administrators and teachers so we can focus on what here the main priority, which is keeping our students safe and also keeping our students learning at all times. The amount of work that you have done to also work with tech support to ensure that alarms are working, to make sure the response are working, and there's so many things that have been done in the last 4 years that is impressive in a short amount of time. The last part that I want to thank, earlier when you started your presentation, you said that my kids are just as important as Scottsdale's kids. The word that you used was my kids. Part of our vision is that our students will be loved. And for you, instead of saying these kids or those kids, you said my kids. And by you saying that, I want to thank you for valuing that this is coming from a place of your heart. And also, the challenge is we'll continue to work on the org chart so that you can not only continue to support our district, our kids, but also yourself. That's all, President Mundia.
One of the things, real quickly, I want to make sure to challenge and put ourselves to the test on is trying to be as competitive as possible with compensation for these positions. I know that they're not the positions that are, what would you call, professional or but they're important. The kids feel good when their campuses look good, and we need to acknowledge that the pay needs to be better. And so I that's one of the things I just wanted to mention, because I think that there's a lot of efforts we can make. Sometimes more money isn't the issue. I think sometimes more money is the issue. Sometimes, I think above all, having a good manager, which is like you're also pretty good. So I really appreciate that you're here again, and I want to thank you and your family and everyone else for the sacrifices that you're making for us, to our children, all of our children, your children, our children, everyone of the nation. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give him a hand. See you in the summer for an update.
Remember, tours, if you want them, just let me know.
Thank you.
Tell me you have my number so we can go out. Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Bye-bye.
Well, sir.
Okay, let's roll along. I'm sorry we're behind schedule, everybody. Moving on to to the next presentation from Transportation Department.
President Mundia, members of the board, it's a true pleasure to to present our partner, Mr. Keith B., to be able to present an update on his 3-year plan. Also, another person that when we decided to partner with Beeline, I never in a million years expected or anticipated that the actual CEO was going to be helping us and overseeing and living in the nation. I cannot be, he has many districts that he worked, but we get the privilege to not only having the support of the Beeline, but also somebody that is also sacrificing being away from family and his own children to be able to support the very needy superintendent that you have. And thank you.
Good morning, President Buendia, esteemed members of the board, Superintendent Diaz, Sanisa, who always lets me into the building, which I'm very appreciative of, and our very fine finance individual, Ms. Clementina. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. Real quick, I'm going to take my first minute to just take you down memory lane. This month, September, is my 1-year anniversary officially. You partnered with Beeline. So just real quickly remembering, prior to September of 2023, district had 5 running yellow fleet buses and 2 white fleet buses to cover 12 routes. So that's a total of 7 units doing 12 routes. Students arrived up to an hour and a half late to school. The district received numerous complaints. Of course, I don't have to tell you this, because the buses failed to have functioning air conditioning. The district did not have a heavy-duty diesel mechanic, and routine bus maintenance had been deferred for a significant period. Auditable records did not exist. A majority of the fleet had tires that were below the legal limits. Multiple buses had been stripped of their parts to keep the few functioning buses running. The Transportation Department lacked leadership and did not have a vision or clear understanding of their mission. Drivers were frustrated and morale was extremely low. Hot, overcrowded buses coupled with community complaints made it difficult to attract new employees to the profession. The department had a single dispatcher with a split shift that left the phones unanswered much of the day. The department responses to community concerns were untimely at best, and the stress of attempting to perform the basic role of home to school and school to home transportation while understaffed and short on equipment left many student discipline issues deferred and or unaddressed. That's where we started a year ago. And so, simple changes. The first thing we needed to do was really identify What are our objectives in the department? They weren't written, we did not have them, and so on the first slide for my 3-year update, our objective: support student achievement and learning by fostering regular attendance through the provision of safe transportation services that are broad-reaching for the community, on time and consistent. If the bus is not on time and not consistent, we're going to miss students. That is counter to the board's objective of having 90% attendance or more. We have to get those kids to school. If the bus is running early, we're going to miss students. So we have to be on time and consistent. Our second objective is to support student development by having sufficient personnel and enough vehicles to allow the students to participate in educational, athletic, and extracurricular activities as the board deems appropriate. And then our third objective, maximize the department's fiscal responsibility. So these were the charges given by Superintendent Diaz to Mr. B when he arrived to the district. Be efficient, have enough equipment, make sure you have enough staff, save money, let's get to work. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to include you now in how I was welcomed to the department. And we're going to start with Miss Vance. This is now Dispatcher Vance, and I'm driver B. I'm coming in early in the morning. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Vance. So late. I the babysitter didn't show up for my grandkids this morning, and if I get my bus in the next 5 minutes and I can do a quick pre-trip, I probably won't be too late for the kids. I need my keys, so I normally drive bus 3. Can you get me my keys for bus 3, please? Well, they're in they're right over there in the green thing. You can go and get them. Get the keys. They're right up there in the green container. You'll see. Oh, this is how it functioned in our department. Here we go. Keys. I normally drive bus 3. Can you find bus 3 for me, please?
Oh my God.
Please hurry. Now go ahead and put them down. You need to find 3. I drive bus 3. There you go. Now, if she loses any of these, I'm in real trouble on Monday.
Oh my goodness.
If you can't find them, then just keep going. I need bus 3.
Bus 3.
Yeah, that's the one I need.
This is not in order.
Please hurry.
Help. Look for 3. Look for 3.
I need 3. I don't want to be late on my route, and I'm so sorry I'm running late, but this is real life. This is how we started coming into the department.
Wow.
Bus 3. Quick. Quick. Hurry. No, I've got my pre-trip.
She's shaking like she's
We don't
actually
have a bus 3.
They're
Are you sure there's a bus 3?
They're not in there?
No.
Oh, no. Maybe the driver took them home and left them in their pocket, or maybe they're still out in the bus. No 3. Well, you better, I'll better call call Sanisa. She drove it last night in activity. See if she has it. Okay. So now we're going to move over to Dispatcher Buendia. And we can't find 3. The driver's not answering the phone. They're not in the bus. What am I going to do now? Okay, so I could use bus 42. So let's see if we can find the key for bus 42. Quickly, you're burning time. I've got to get out there and get started.
I got 43.
No, I can't do 43. That one's on another run. That's another driver's bus. I need 42. That's the only one I can use. 42, quickly.
No.
I gotta do my pre-trip. I need 15 minutes. You're making me late. Oh no, that's 23. No, 42. Come on. Oh dear. I just feel the time burning. Here we go, 42.
Still no?
Oh, they're there. They're in there. Gotta be there. I need 42. Oh, good. You can put all those others back. I'm gonna go out and do the pre-trip. And I go through, I run around, I'm starting to the bus, and all of a sudden, boom, I hear a loud noise. It's like, oh no, what am I going to do? 42, and I go to the back, and oh my goodness, 42, turbo intercooler line, what happened? It blew out, it's gone, I can't use that bus. That whole line just boom, right on out. That bus is unusable. Okay, so don't need 42 anymore. That's got to go into the shop, so boom, there we go. Dispatcher Hendricks. I need bus 5. We're going to head and try. We can't use this one. It's broken. We can't find the keys for this one. I need the keys for bus 5. Quickly. The time is burning. The parents are already arriving at the stops. Their kids are out there waiting, and I still haven't even left the yard yet. So quickly, I need 5
Here you go.
keys for bus 5. Oh, good job. Good job. Out I go. I'm going to do my pre-trip now. I'm doing my pre-trip. Blah, 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 blah. And, oh, no. The driver that's been using hasn't been doing very good pre-trip. Look at that belt.
Oh, my.
Look at that. Can I use that? Is that safe for me to use? All the ribbons are missing. That could break while I'm out there with students. I can't take that bus. Oh, no. And back in. I can't use bus 5. Oh, boy, the time is burning. Kids are waiting. That one's not going to work. So let's go ahead and pass our keys over to Dispatcher Stevens. And she's going to find me bus 33. Bus 33. Quick. The time is burning. You need a new belt, but we don't have time to install that. I'll talk about that later.
Hi, transportation. I've been waiting for the bus for 10 minutes. Is my child? Did I miss the bus?
No, the bus is on its way. It's probably about 10 to 15 minutes late.
Okay, we've been waiting. It's raining out there.
33. Quicker. Gotta find it. We gotta find that. I gotta get going. Quick.
Yeah, can I get the
there it
number to the
is. Bus
superintendent?
Out. I'm doing my
Transportation
pre-trip.
is not answering. Can I please, I need to talk to the superintendent.
Well, the dispatcher cannot take that call right now because she's very busy.
They're not answering,
I got 33,
superintendent.
but no turn signal. You need a turn signal switch. Go put that in the bus right quick, and then I'll be ready to go, right? Not going to happen, right? Mechanic coming in. Oh, I can't use 33, so that goes back in. And then it goes over to Dispatcher Diaz. There you go. And very quickly, I need Beeline bus number 92.
I didn't show up. I forgot. I woke up late.
No. Dispatcher, go. 92. We need it. 92 right there. Line 92. Find it? Oh my goodness.
Nope. Somebody took it. Not here.
Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. All right, I'm doing my trip. Finally, I'm on my way. On my way to pick up my kids. What's a simple solution to this?
Organizing the keys.
It right? Unbelievable. Simple solution.
And requiring people to turn in the keys.
What is it? A keyboard. Right there. Very simple, right? A keyboard. So that's the first thing. That was the first major change we made in the department. Keyboard. Simple. Bus 3, out of service tag. Not using it this morning. No, you can't take 5. So there you go. So simple solution to use our time wisely. I was literally stunned by this, and this is what we were doing every day, trying to find our keys. Big project. All right, now let me take you back to, so clearing the land. We didn't know where all the buses were when we got here. So the first thing to do was find out what shops the buses were in. It took us a while. The hardest one for me to find was Warrior 1. There was no record. Nobody knew where it was. Calling a number of shops in Tucson, we finally found the bus. We had to identify all the equipment. We had to figure out what wasn't working. We needed to get enough buses running. Fortunately, with our partnership with Beeline, we were able to use some lease buses as we started to build our routes back up again. 3 of our buses were very, very tired. They're the ones that were getting close to 300,000 and ultimately hit that, and the district was very wise in sending those to Happy Busland. And then the board and the administration was very supportive for the department in acquiring 5 school buses and then 1 white fleet bus, which has really, really helped us. And then we put in place a schedule for regular maintenance for our equipment. Moving on to our routings, we evaluated all the routes for efficiency. We created at that time 4 additional routes to accommodate the student needs with the goal of reducing student transport time. And then we also were researching student management providers and making appropriate recommendations, which we ultimately recommended the TransFinder, which I'll address here in just a little bit. Oh, the slides are working perfect. Then building the structures, if we go to the next slide, building the structures. Recommending that, again, that we replace at least 2 of the unreliable higher mileage buses. Again, being financially conscious, we don't want to gold plate dead horses. In other words, we don't want to spend more than the wholesale yellow book of a bus to fix it. If it costs more than that, then we're better to replace it. Ms. Hendricks?
So what would the mileage, what would the required mileage or, you know, you would evaluate and say, we gotta put this in because it's the mileage?
So it really depends on the equipment. The design life of a bus in a traditional urbanized district is usually about 15 years. But because of the size of the nation and the number of miles that we transport students, we put on a lot of miles. And I'll cover that in just a little bit. I've got a little chart for you with some fun facts on it that we'll be able to talk about. You'll be able to see what type of mileage this district is doing. Okay. So we really are not going to get 15 years out of most any piece of equipment because of the mileage we put on. So really, we're looking at a lifespan of like 6 to 10 years at the most before we're going to be having significant investment issues with our equipment. Okay. So, what I've really looked at doing is some of our equipment, which isn't designed for this area, is trying to maximize that equity, get that traded in on equipment that will meet the needs of our district. Mm-hmm. And then we looked at creating additional routes, we reviewed the special needs runs, we target our student capacities. We had a number of buses that were overloaded, just extremely full, and again, that's not conducive to students transporting. They look at the bus that's full, they don't want to get on. We're not going to hit our 90% target for attendance if they're not riding the bus, they don't come to school. Then personnel, hiring additional drivers. We partnered with the Tucson folks to try and bring in, we've advertised locally, we've hired local drivers as well as bringing in folks from outside of the community. We've created some new positions, tried to help morale by creating team building activities. We participated in the wellness activity last spring, came in 3rd for the district. And again, building that partnership with our team. And then fiscal responsibility, probably one of the biggest things there really was the fact that we converted the district to using the red dye diesel fuel, which was saving the district the 26 cents per gallon federal excise tax, which you're not obligated to pay. I think we were the last district in the state that wasn't using it. I was not happy with the vendor because technically, in my mind, they should have made the recommendation years ago to use the red dye, but that does save you around $3,200 every time they deliver fuel. So the district will recognize that saving for years to come. And then another philosophy that I think is very important, our big buses are very expensive. They're now like $180,000 to over $200,000 a piece for a big 56 passenger bus. We were using those buses in the department to do activity runs where you may have half a dozen or a dozen kids. So you're taking this big piece of equipment and putting tons of miles on it, wearing out that asset. And so I put a new philosophy into the department. We're going to use the little buses, and we've been working on getting those up. We had 4 or 5 of them that just had been sitting there. They were all broken. None of them were working. We've gotten those running, and now we're using the smaller buses as much as we can, as much as they're available on those activity runs when the student loads warrant it. Those buses are a lot less expensive to replace, so let's put the miles on those little buses, and that will it'll extend the life of our bigger, more expensive units. So fleet, looking at hopefully purchasing at least another 2 buses this next year. We're going to continue to trade in as best as possible when we can get a new bus, some of those that don't meet the requirements of the district. I'm going to give you some exciting information and update on our routes and our personnel. So thank you so much for that. I do have a little supplement which does have some fun facts in it for you. And if we can just pass those out, that'd be fantastic. So again, our mission at the top, again, wanting our transportation system not only safe, but broad-reaching, on-time, and consistent. That's our objective. And then just some fun facts. So I was told when I arrived that the nation is about the size of the state of Connecticut, and so I looked it up on Wikipedia, and by golly, it sure is. It is a lot of geography. It is like just covering an entire state. The fleet composition now, we have 21 yellow fleet buses that are owned by the district. We have 3 to 5 as needed that are leased to help us accommodate our routes. And then we have 15 white fleet vehicles that are assigned to the department. I then put together a little chart there, the bus fleet age in years. So you can see last year, 23, 24, we had 19% of our buses that were 0 to 5 years of age, 58% that were 6 to 10, and 23% that were 10 plus. So with the acquisition of the new equipment that the district was able to provide to the department, you can see our 0 to 5 has increased to 43%. Our 6 to 10 has reduced down to 34%. That was trading in those buses that had over 300,000 miles. And then our older units, those ones don't have very much equity in them, and that's why they're still in the fleet. Trading them in doesn't provide much value back to the district, so we'll probably continue to run those through the end of their useful life. So that number I don't anticipate changing too much. So this year we are running 19 routes, and then we have 7 to 10 activity runs, and those depend on participation, how many buses that we need. So I did print this to save paper on both sides, so if you jumped into fleet mileage, you'll see that our average daily route miles are 2,621 for our home to school and school to home routes. Our activity miles, which we run activities Monday through Thursday, that's 534. So total average daily mileage of 3,155 miles per day. So projecting that out over the 180-day school year, this district is running over 500,000 miles every year. So in 4 years, that's 2 million miles that you're going to be spreading over your existing fleet. The longest daily route for a mainstream route, that's Route 7. That bus does 308 miles a day. So when you multiply that times 180 school days, you can see that that bus is going to put on 55,440 miles in a school year. We put one of our new buses on that already that we haven't even had bus 44 a year yet. It's already over 31,000 miles. So it will hit that target of 55,000 miles before the end of this school year. The longest daily mileage special needs route does 382 miles. So that bus is going to run 68,760 miles this year. And just again, fun facts, minimum number of oil changes for our student transport vehicles, 180-day period, you can see we're going to need to do at least 110 oil changes. So almost every day we've got to be changed the oil on something. Now it doesn't work that way because it doesn't spread itself out so evenly. So some days we'll do 7 oil changes in a day, not just 1 because of the needs of the equipment. And then another just fun fact, approximate number of gallons of oil that we'll need for this year, 440 gallons of oil. That's a lot of oil to use. So then I also prepared for you percentage of the yellow fleet in each mileage category, just so you can kind of have a sense of where our fleet is. So our units 0 to 50,000 miles, that's 25% of our fleet. 50,000 to 100,000 is 8% of our fleet. Our biggest population of equipment is between 100 and 200,000. That's 59% of our fleet is in that category. And then 8% of our vehicles are currently over 200,000 miles. And then we want to make sure that we're looking at performance measures. Are we using the equipment efficiently? Are we getting the best return on that? Are we running at capacity? So what I put together for you is our fleet utilization as it relates to our mainstream student transport data. So this doesn't include summer school or the commuter or any of our special needs routes. What it does is just include our mainstream routes. And so you'll see for each route I've included for you the amount of utilization. So you'll see like Route 2 is 100%. Well, Route 2 is a 56 passenger bus, and on average we're carrying 56 passengers in that bus, so that's 100%. Well, let's jump over there to Route 15, and if you'll see that's 174%. Mr. B, how can you get 174% utilization? And the way that works is that's a 47 passenger bus, but it's carrying 82 students. How is it carrying 82 students? Well, they're taking our students to the high school, and then they go and do a route for our primary, run into the primary, and so 82 students are carried on the bus. So that's how we get to the 174%. So you can see cumulatively the average for our district is 108%. That is a good number for you. So that just shows that we are properly utilizing the fleet. Next page. Personnel currently have 12 employees in our department that are compensated by the district, 16 employees that are compensated by your partner. And then looking at our white fleet, this is an area that we may need to address for the future, but just to give you a sense, we do have 5 of the white fleet multi-function activity buses. These are ones that can be driven by district personnel or the transportation department. They do not require a CDL, but you can see the unit numbers and then you can see what model year they are and then where they are in terms of their mileage. We were able to get one new white fleet this year. That A26 has about 8,000 miles on it now, but we're very appreciative for that. You can see that A22 is, it's now I think 204,000 miles since I did this report and continues to grow. Some of those we may want to consider replacing in the future. And then the white fleet cars, those are the vehicles that you folks oftentimes get to use or our teachers. We also use them as student transport vehicles. Also for our parent liaisons, anyone that needs to go to training, you can see the model year, how many miles are on those, just for your information. If we flip then to the next page, I talked about the red dye diesel. I talked about where we came from, so I'm going to go down then to the bottom half of the page. A year later, this is what really reflects where your transportation department is at. We have 21 regularly maintained yellow fleet buses with functioning air conditioning, tires with legal tread, and properly maintained auditable records. We still have 3 to 5 leased buses with air conditioning available as needed to cover breakdowns or routes for district buses on field and activity trips. We have 5 operable white fleet multifunction activity buses that can be used by non-CDL drivers. We have 28 department personnel to include your director, office manager, assistant office manager, routing coordinator, a white fleet coordinator, 2 rotating diesel mechanics, 2 dispatchers with overlapping shifts so that we have full coverage in the office during normal business times. Community concerns with student discipline issues are being addressed in a more timelier manner. The department morale has significantly improved. I talked about us participating in the spring wellness activity, and we do know and understand our vision. If you jump to number 3, this is, I believe, one of the most exciting things and one of the biggest successes for our department, and I wanted to bring that to your attention today. We inherited routes that were designed to require buses headed to the furthest communities. They had to make multiple stops inside of sales, and so they were making stops and delaying our students that live furthest away from getting home. And so the philosophy needed to change. We needed to restructure that. Change is difficult, especially when you've always done things a certain way, but we wanted to make sure that we address that issue. We wanted shorter routes with less overcrowding, which we found would really help improve student behavior, reduce vandalism, and some of our drivers have opined that by making the structural changes that we did, the vandalism and disciplinary write-ups have been reduced by approximately 80%. So by adding the 3 routes that we did and readjusting our philosophy and how we did our routing, we were able to go through and calculate out that our students district-wide are riding 10 hours and 25 minutes less per day. That's an amount of time that they are not sitting on the bus. And I put a perfect example in there for you, which is our intermediate students on Route 14 and 15 used to spend an hour and 40 minutes on the bus. That is seat time sitting on the bus. Those students are now on the bus 20 minutes a day. Do you see the significant amount of time that they are saving? That's time that they can spend with their families, time that they can do their studies. They're not sitting on a bus. And so that really was our objective. And by putting those additional 3 routes on there, we were able to make these structural changes to assist our students. So I just put a big number in there, 1,845 hours a school year that our students are not sitting on a piece of equipment. So I wanted to highlight that for you because I believe that is one of our department's biggest achievements. And then just real quickly talking about fleet composition, we do have some of those rear engine buses left. And they're vacuum cleaners, which is why we need to move them out. Okay, so here's an air filter. There you go. Air filter, see that? Just nice and thin. This is how they're supposed to look, right? That's brand new. This is about $60 for this fine little piece of equipment right here. And because of area, the geography we're operating in, these have to be changed out between 2,500 and 5,000 miles. Now, I'm going to show you one that has been in a bus for 1 week. That is a rear engine.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so to make it easier, let me just.
Oh.
Oh,
Wow.
oh no, I got a big mess to clean up. Ross. This is why we don't buy rear engine buses. The rear engine buses that our district needs, commuter bus, sports trip, but not a route bus. 1 week.
Don't taste it.
Just inside an engine. And you know what I found when I got here? Rear engine buses where I had drivers go like, uh-oh, my bus isn't running good. It's not getting air. I don't have an air filter, so let me just take it out.
Oh my gosh.
Running without an air filter, you know, we're sucking into the engine.
Yeah.
That right there. That completes my presentation. We have a lot to do in the future. My recommendation to the district is to continue to update the fleet. I know it's a significant investment, but we've got to continue on that track. We've made wonderful progress to date, but a fleet our size with 19 routes, statistically, we need to have 25 buses. You've got to have backup buses because sometimes the hose blows out. Back ordered. 6 weeks. I can't get this hose for 6 weeks. Can I go to AutoZone? Can I go to AutoZone or O'Reilly's and get this hose? Not a chance. Look how big that is. Has to come from the dealer. 6 weeks back ordered. The bus is down. Can't use it. No power. Belts. Where are those belts? Finally got them in. You know how long it took? 3 months to get these belts. I was running because couldn't get it. So it's important to have backup and spare buses.
Do you order equipment and stock them?
So we are doing a better job of stocking. And that is part of my objective for the future. So when I come back next year, if you still have me, then my next objective is to really tackle into our managed fleet management side. We have all kinds of parts that we purchased in the past. I have probably half a dozen alternators for Chryslers. Guess how many Chryslers we have in our fleet?
0.
None. I don't have any Chrysler cars in my fleet. So we made purchases in the past and invested dollars in resources that are not beneficial. I have a lot of sorting to do because I will go through those items and find out what we can use, and then we need to surplus property those that we can't, and then make sure we're stocking the items that we need on a regular basis, like air filters and belts and those common use items. The district administration, Superintendent D has been very supportive of our department. We always can get feedback and assistance that we need. We're in the process of trying to get a trip bus with some of the ESSER funding that's left. We tried to use Warrior One, and unfortunately, you may have heard it didn't quite make it to its destination. And we don't have a single bus that's under 100,000 miles to send our teams out. And so I asked Ms. Cornell if there was any way we sacrificed a department truck, we sacrificed some golf carts. I said, we really need a bus for our kids. We need our kids to be able to participate and know that they're going to make it back home. And so we were able to find a bus, and by trading one of our special buses in, get the price down where it would be affordable for the district. There's something that we need to think about. I want you to be aware for the future. We do have the 2027 emission standards that are coming into play. The dealers are indicating to me that they are anticipating a 30% increase in the cost of a bus. Those buses will start showing up in 2026. So if we think about the trip bus that we're getting, which is $244,000, if you add 30% to that, that would take us to about $317,000 for that same bus. So the more equipment that we can acquire over the next 2 years will ultimately have a significant savings for the district in the future. And so just as we're thinking about where our priorities would be, I wanted the board to be aware of that, and we will make work whatever we need to. We still, by having your partnership with Beeline, we are able to bring in lease stuff still. We've budgeted for that to help cover when buses go down or if we have to wait 6 weeks for a hose. It's invisible to our students. They don't see it because there's still a bus showing up to get them. But I know with the board's fiscal responsibility, just wanted you to be aware of that as you make your decisions for the future as well. That completes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have, and I do promise to clean up my mess.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Miss Vance?
Well, thank you, Mr. B. I enjoyed your presentation and the connection you have with the board in the little scenarios that we done. And I do want to say, I really appreciate everything that you've done for the district ever since you came. We've seen changes in the transportation department. That's amazing. With the number of buses, the fleets, the cut down on the times with the kids getting to school, and the morale, all of the things that you do for your department, it's just really, I really like where our transportation department is right now. I also just want to say, I want to thank your staff for everything that they're doing because, our children, when they are picked up, they're the first people that they see from the school district. So, and then when they go home, they're the last person that they see from the school district. So that's really, it means a lot to me to know that they are there for our children and that, that they're keeping them safe and our fleet is safe for our children because that really is important. I know at some point there is going to be a way where parents can monitor when the buses are, where the buses are, and that's going to help a lot too. So I'm looking forward to that in the future. And I just really enjoyed your presentation and your personality. I just love it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that very quickly, because you brought up the TransFinder, we are in the process. Our staff is having training every Wednesday. Our dispatchers are in the process of pinning all of our students. The, again, unique feature to our community is we don't have physical addresses, and that's how the system is designed. And so we are having to manually pin each student stop. And so that's information coming from our drivers. Where does that student get on? Making sure we get their name, then getting that into the office, and then finding the student in the system, and then going to the map, finding them on the map, and pinning them in so that we have a definite location for them. Most districts take a year to implement this process. Our target is 5 months. We have, I've hired a routing coordinator that is really helping us with that, and his objective, as long as our dispatchers are able to finish successfully pinning everything, hopefully before our fall break, he will then take his fall break to try and work to kind of finalize that part of the system. And then we're going to start a soft rollout. In other words, we're going to pick a couple of routes and start monitoring to see how they work and ultimately build it out till we'll have a full release. I'm equally as excited about that. I'm looking forward to it, but we don't want to roll it out until it's ready to go. We want it to be a success for the community. If we roll it out too early and there's too many hiccups, then it won't be viewed as successful and people may have an aversion to it. So we want to make sure it's totally ready to go before we begin. And thank you for your very kind remarks.
Thank you, sir. No, I just want to make sure to express as well some of the well, more so the evidence that we're able to see and hear or feel is refreshing, because I feel like even as a former student, when we think about some of the things we had to endure, endure basically, because then there was no AC at all in any bus, and you open the window, and if any moment you felt like you wanted hot air blowing in your face. But I feel like as much as we can, and we are able to, you have really given us a huge amount of course, your passion and your respect for what your job. And I really want to say thank you above all for being able to bring that to our district. I want to also thank you for this information, because it's going to help us as we go to NAFIS, we go to DC, and this is the information we need to say, look at what we're doing with the funding that you're able to give us more.
Awesome.
Because
speaking my language.
it absolutely is 100% funded by, if we didn't have those funds, this is not possible at all. And I want to thank you, because I think this is really important for the community to also be very aware of Mr. Diaz to some degree. At any moment, any time that we're able to have conversations, even with HRDC and everyone else involved, hey, Nation, or anyone else, if you're not going to be able to support us, or if we ever lose Impact 8, this is what we're going to come asking you for, because we don't have this type of opportunities without those, without their support and without us having this information. So thankful for that. You mentioned, and I want to make sure that I don't go over it without addressing, because it's been my hard point. I'm going to stand very hard on this, is that there was a need that we really knew was where we're at right now. And I want everyone to understand that does not mean it's halfway supported. You in that position, or anyone in that position who has overseen the transportation department, is there to do just that. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, granted, you mentioned, like, of course, with anything new, there's some pushback or things that you have to kind of get through. But in that line of, I guess for my first question is, I really want to be able to see an organizational chart, and so that it's not any question as to who and what and where, present it, and hopefully at a later date, if it's not ready now, so that we're not having any questions to that, or that there's absolute clear understanding of, because, and I really love that you're here again, but I also don't want there to be any misunderstanding when you have to go look at any other things that you're working on, as Beeline is not just responsible for BUSD, it has other responsibilities. Exactly where does that fall in line with who's, you know what I mean? And any other areas that you mentioned also earlier, like this routing coordinator, so that we're aware, and for the sake of any questions that might arise directly to the superintendent, should that ever come up. The other question I had, well, not question, but other thing I wanted to ask specifically about was the concerns that, are there any concerns that you might have? You mentioned one of the, like, recommendations. I wouldn't call it a concern. Are there any other recommendations you might have when it pertains to that transportation environment and or the department? In that, I know you noted on here personnel, district employees and contract employees. I don't differentiate that, because that is not what we were here to do. It wasn't what our intention was as the board. You're all transportation department. Period. Stop. It is not whether you are a district employee or whether you are a contract employee. That is the system we set up or agreed to, was that it's all transportation department. If we have to fill in some of those roles with a contract employee, then okay. And I want to make sure again to express that I have to stress and support you in every way that I can, and the superintendent, to try and get rid of that line or get rid of that conversation to any degree possible, because of what the success is. And I hope people will take away your knowledge and your ability, your the ways and means that we're seeing is directly what we've been able to see from operations. Obviously, we want Autumn people from here to be able to do these things 100,000%, but we cannot go without acknowledging that your expertise and your knowledge in this field is way beyond what we were able to see prior to. And so I hope that to some degree we're also encouraging that if you don't want to see me here, then I want you to watch and learn what I'm doing, because this is what you're going to have to be prepared for if you want to run a transportation department and you're from the nation and you have all these ideas and these comments and concerns and complaints, because I 1000% agree that I would love to see Thana Autumn in Thana Autumn spaces. However, these types of instances where we're having to break down these types of things we never saw before. I've never seen it. And it's not because it's not there. It's that we didn't take the time or the care or have the commitment to do so. And it's going to help us. You know, those types of things, those types of conversations, courageous conversations, and those types of things are going to be able to help us in the long run. So again, I want to 100% say that as much as we've been able to hear and see and be able to take off of our shoulders when it comes to hearing the complaints about transportation, the next part is definitely making sure that if there is something we need to be mindful of, as a board, you've been able to give us that information, share that information. That example you gave just earlier is mind-blowing, but obviously that's how we were operating forever. And it makes me feel really embarrassed as a community member. I know you didn't mean to intend that. However, as a board member now, it gives me way more and makes me want to pay way more attention to what we're putting forward and putting in systems, or, you know, those expectations. So I'm very grateful that you are here and that you're able to share as much as you have. But I also want to make sure that we are also aware that agreements that we go or enter into and or the reasons that we had to go seek someone is because of where we were at the time. And that doesn't mean that it has to remain that way, but we have to be ready to be able to do much of what you've been able to do for us. And it comes with a price tag. And I don't mean that in disrespect. I mean that with the clear understanding to the community and to everyone involved that it is important that we treat it with that kind of respect and understanding and transparency, because people think a bus is a bus. You said $200,000. You know what I mean?
244.
Or not knowing that these types of buses are not meant for this type of area. I didn't know that, and I'm sure. I mean, you know, that's not to say that we're naive about it, but obviously we are and need to be better about how we're operating, and I'm grateful again. So that's all I wanted to say, and I do want to be able to see the organizational chart. I want to stress again, transportation should never ever be like district or B-line. It is all transportation. It is all BUSD. It is all, there's all a common core responsibility and expectation, and there's no reason. And I think if we're going to continue to have that conversation, then there's going to be a point where we're going to do away with the entire thing. And I mean, for the sake of why we did it, was specifically for a specific reason that we wanted to make sure we were maintaining individuals who were there for a long time and had built up retirements and whatnot. There was no other reason to have any kind of differentiation between BUSD and Beeline. We have a transportation manager and director, and that is the man standing before us, unless he deems someone else responsible for that. And I also want to continue to encourage you to I know you're living here or have been, and I'm thankful that you've taken it upon yourself to like make yourself so available to be able to pull us out of almost the trenches. But I also want to respect that you probably have a life and a family and want to be able to not have to caretake us so much. So I want to make sure that we're also preparing for the eventual like passing of the torch. I guess we should always be willing to train the next person coming up and be like, all right, I'm doing this now. I need you to watch me, and let's move on from there. So that's all I wanted to say. I really, really appreciate as much information as you provided, and again, for the sake of just the transparency that I feel like this board deserves. I mean, the community deserves from the board, is that we're pressing on those types of that information and pressing on that type of expectation. But nonetheless, I cannot thank you enough for what you've been able to do thus far. So,
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have an organizational chart, so I'll get that to our transportation liaison, Mr. Diaz, and have that for the next board report. We can just do that as an attachment if that would be appropriate, so you can see the organizational chart. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to mentor other people. I have tried twice. It hasn't worked out yet, but I'm continuing to try and train people in the department to take leadership roles. I'm not 25 anymore, or 24, or 23, or 22. There's going to be a time where Mr. B is going to probably want to retire. And my commitment to this board and to our superintendent, our district administrators, to the BUSD community as a whole is I promise you that I will leave your department in much better shape than I found it. And we have had a success. We had a student last year that interned with us, and he now is a full-time employee with us in the department. So he's homegrown. He went through the alternative program, was looking for a place to land. I worked with Mr. Fox. I got him in there interning. He loved what he was doing. He's now on our payroll. So when the board sees those numbers of where those paychecks are coming from our employees, that's really just for you.
Yeah.
Because when we're over at the department, I don't care where the staff gets their check from. When you're over there, you're a transportation specialist. You're there for our children. We're all doing the same job. We don't care where your check is coming from. That's not important.
Thank you.
So that's just for you to kind of see the numbers of where things are coming from. But over there, that's invisible. Maybe there's a few that, are a little bit concerned because traditionally, things were just handled locally in the community.
Oh.
It is a big change for them. But I try to be fair, equal. I listen. I have an open door policy. And nobody gets their hands dirtier over there than Mr. B.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hendricks.
Well, thank you, and for the real-life presentation that you did, showing us where we were at, and obviously with all the data and the information you've shared of where we're at now. And it is a positive thing. I think in relation to the what is it called? Where they're going to be able to tell where the buses are.
The tracking, the
tracking
what is it called?
thing,
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
with the changes that you've made in the department, we're kind of getting ready for that. So with your objective of on time and consistency, I think that actually is preparing for that. So that way there won't be any issues of, okay, it's here and why isn't it here, and all that stuff. So, but I think that's a good thing. I think that they're used to that, and that's how they're going to go, and that's how they're going to keep the tracking working the way it's supposed to be.
Excellent.
And the other thing is, obviously, yes, as Juan mentioned, with the Impact 8, obviously they're always asking, well, how far do you have to go? How many miles do you have to go? And obviously this gives us all that information that we can share, at Impact Day and keep that funding going because they want to see that. They want to see where's their money going and do we need to increase that? And obviously, I think with this information, they will. No, I don't know, but hopefully.
Well, we can always hope so, but I wanted you to have those numbers. And again, they're performance measures so
Yeah.
that you have some evaluation of your department. How, are you successful or are you not successful? You've made a big investment in your partnership.
Yes.
And is there a return coming back to the community, to the district? And that helps you evaluate it. Are we doing our job? Are we doing what we committed to do when we came in? And these numbers help demonstrate that. You know, Mr. B, are you running the buses at 20% capacity? Why do you have 19 routes? And, you've got 3 kids getting off each one. No, this gives you the hard numbers so you know exactly. So when you're looking at, saving money in a department, well, do you want to trim routes? I don't think so because you're already at 108% average capacity. That means somebody's going to be overcrowded. You need the 19 routes. That's where they're set. Can you fit 56 students onto a bus? We're not all designed the same way. We could probably get Mr. Diaz and Mr. B in a seat together, but I have students, different bodies, tight. We're all made different. They need a seat. So we have to be cognizant of that and target our numbers so we can accommodate the needs of our children in the community.
But I like the fact that you even considered the amount of time they were spending on the bus. That obviously, because we were having a lot of behavior issues in regards to, because of the amount of time they were on the bus. And I think that was a good change.
Thank you.
Positive change, and, in regards to their behavior, because they're in school all day and they're on the bus in the morning, they're on school all day, then they're back on the bus in the afternoon. And obviously we don't want them to be on the bus forever.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. And I'm going to make this short.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think I grew up on a small farm, and one of my first businesses, I had 300 chickens, and I would market the eggs. And I found out when the pen was too small and you had a lot of chickens in there, what did they do? They picked on each other. Now, not that our children are chickens, but the analogy is the same. When you get them overcrowded, then you end up with discipline issues. They start to pick on each other. They're hot. They're crowded. They're all crammed in. If we spread our kids out and give them a little room to breathe, it makes life a much better place. And that's what we've noticed by taking care of those overcrowding issues that we were having. We've spread our students out, and we've built in a little margin for capacity so that if we have new students move into the community, we don't have to redo all the routes. We can still fit some kids on our bus.
Ms. Stevens.
I just want to say thank you. It was really helpful to hear your presentation, but also looking at the realities of what you had to deal with. I appreciate the numbers that you presented. You can definitely see, and to be honest, change is hard, and you're going to deal with people who want to be there and not want to be there. But you could see the effects that it's having in your department, just like the grounds. I think it's over time, it's gonna get to where it needs to be, and I think sharing that information is helpful, but it also gives us information to share for us to get more funding. Because a lot of times the rural communities, they're like, oh, you don't need that. If you don't need that, we can operate on this in a city, but it's very different. So I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Real quick. I lost it. Mr. Diaz.
I'll be quick. It goes beyond words, how your department is supporting the 3-year goals. It is, without transportation, we don't exist. I want to thank you as a new superintendent last year, you partnering and choosing us to be able to be part of our journey and our legacy. your level of expertise has also allowed me to focus on other areas that needed also my attention to be able to meet our goals. So by you embracing the challenge that we had in transportation, is giving me quality time to spend with my instructional team and spend time in the classrooms and not hearing complaints or trying to find out where is the next bus that broke down. I want to thank you for your report. It's probably the best report, transportation, I have ever seen.
Yeah.
Without the amount of information. I said it before. I can only play by having real chips in this game, and by you providing that report, you also building capacity. Your presentation is not only aligned, but it also is building capacity among ourselves to know how to support you. I want to a shout out to my transportation team because of the sense of urgency. It's you being here, and every time I pick up the phone and I need an immediate answer, you quickly pick up the two speeds that we need, fast and faster, and the ability for you to understand our sense of urgency that based on what you do, that requires a quick intervention on the areas. I want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for your expertise because I went to school to how to teach students now how to maintain a department, and by you taking the patience and build capacity with me and understanding what is my role and understand why is it important, you are providing me with invaluable information in how I can best support my students and my transportation department. I don't have to tell you how your department is meeting all of our goals because without you, we do not exist. Thank you for your willingness in partnering up, partnering with Baboquivari Fire School District, and by giving us VIP service by having you here, living in the nation, and extend my appreciation to your wife and children as well.
May I real quickly make a couple of maybe suggested like reports back to the board regarding transportation, and then this would kind of help us in the long run. I think not only looking at what our fleet might be, but our personnel. I know we talked a little bit about video surveillance ish being available in some of the buses. To what degree and how does that help us? How does that look if we're utilizing or not utilizing bus aids? What has the success been with buses with the bus aid and without? I only say that because sometimes we do have overcrowding ish, and if we throw another personnel in the bus, does that kind of take up space as far as what we could use for students as opposed to a transportation aid? And then maybe a little breakdown when you do an organizational chart on overall staffing. And I don't think we need names or anything, but just eventually, like, what does it look like, and what is being brought on, like he mentioned, for the purpose of what is, what is being brought in to supplement what we're missing, and what can we do to fill those so we're not supplementing it, because I know it comes at a different price. The other thing is when you mentioned buses being on standby now, are we paying for buses on standby? Because I know we had to pay to rent buses, correct?
They are on site, but you are only charged if they're used.
Miles. Okay, good. Okay.
So if the bus is here, I think Beeline has 7 buses here right now.
Okay.
I've never charged you for more than 5. This calendar year. Last year we had more because we didn't have as much equipment. And again, you're only charged if they're used.
Okay.
We have 2 wheelchair buses that the district owns. Both wheelchair buses have been broken for the last week. We have a wheelchair student that needs to get to school.
Good.
So we brought another bus from Tucson so that we could accommodate our wheelchair student.
Okay.
That way, we still were able to transport the student to school. So they're here, but you're not being charged unless they're actually utilized.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anything else? If not, appreciate you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Diaz, did you want to talk about my meteorological qualifications as well with the board? No.
That's coming up. That we need more training on.
You guys, just for the
President,
board's information, it is lunchtime. So I don't know if we want to do a working lunch as opposed to breaking for lunch and then let the directors continue. Okay, can we do that?
that was my recommendation.
Yes.
Are they here?
Is the culture language department going to be here?
We do have a transportation challenge that occurred. I was informed.
Okay.
And I have already contacted my next director to go ahead and address the issues based on live unexpected situation that occurred to on my next director. I think we can move on into the director of special ed, Valerie Valdez, upon bringing our.
When you're talking like in this, it's hard to like hear you.
I'm sorry.
Talking into it, it's hard to like hear you.
Yeah, you're kind of.
Back up a little bit.
I like my deep voice in the microphone.
I understand, but okay. So culture's not here, which is fine. We're going to move on to ESS. Can we grab lunch so we can do that while she's presenting?
Maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
Directors, please get some food. Please get some food before it gets cold. I can bring you the food on this hand. You need to stretch. Oh, okay. Food is a treat. Come and get it. Food is so good. Guys, the food is gonna get cold.
Wait till everybody's.
Huh?
We'll wait till people get their food, but thank you. Okay, awesome.
Did you get some lunch? You didn't get lunch? You gonna get some real food? Okay, so let's do your dessert first. Yeah? Cookie good? Really good? Really, really, really good?
Yeah, it is.
Really, really, really good?
You just go get a cookie. It's so good.
Okay. I'm gonna get You're gonna come on from the line and get some actual 1 week filter? Yes.
Thank you for your kind remarks. It's very nice of you to say.
Yes,
So,
I know it's challenging. I hear it's like, it's hard. You want to do it, it's up to you.
it's a little longer thing, right? Or ultimately, my We'll go off the high school kids come back and then we still have time. But we got it into place now. We're kind of settling in, but.
I like the try.
Oh, that's going to be exciting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your hard work.
Yes, thank you.
That cookie's good.
I'm sorry?
I did get a cookie.
That cookie is really good.
I like their
Which one did you try?
I don't know. Got M&M's in it.
Like Juan had mentioned about the information that, Mr. B gave us additional for, is that when we could be added to the list?
Yeah.
Are you going to Naples?
Yeah.
You and Kathy? Nice.
It's late. My work's so mad at me. But
Great
they were like,
report.
well, considering what it's for, okay, but I have to be back Tuesday. Okay. But
I still might go to NIEA. I wasn't gonna go, and then my boss was like, "Yes, I want you to go."
Oh, good.
But he hasn't we haven't met on it because he wants me to go mainly because he wants me to present with some people. But he's like, "Yeah, I want you to go." I'm like, "Oh, okay." I don't know. Should I tell you? Should I not? Because he might change his mind.
Because the more we wait, but wait, did we get you the ticket and everything?
No,
yet?
I'm going with work.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's going to.
I'm the only one going. Here, that we're paying for.
Are you going? Okay.
Who's going Monday?
Who's coming to the tour on Monday?
I want to, but I can't.
Miss Hendricks, are you coming with me on Monday to the tour?
What time is it at?
All day, we're leaving at 7 o'clock.
I'll let you know. I'll have to
Okay.
check with Steven. Huh?
How was the golf tournament?
I thought you said the
Let's
football.
get Miss,
It was soccer. The tournament, well, it's golf. You can only have so much fun, but I think golfers that we're not used to having teachers, I think we were too noisy.
I'm going to go ahead and turn it over right now for our working lunch to the Exceptional Student Services Department Director. Go ahead, Ms. Valdez.
Skuktash. Good afternoon, Board President, buen dia, board members, and Mr. Diaz. So, thank you for joining us on a Saturday. I feel my board report's probably not going to be as eventful as Mr. B, so I apologize. So, as you know, this is going to be about my third month kind of being in this role, and so it's been a bit of a roller coaster, but it's been exciting at the same time. I didn't realize the depth of the role of the ESS director has in the district, so it's been sort of a learning curve, and it's been a lot of learning in the last few months, and I appreciate everyone sort of being supportive of me in this role, helping me through these challenging times, and especially the guidance that I've gotten from Dr. Pettigrew and from Mr. Diaz and all the principals at the sites. So it's been, like I said, it's just a learning curve. I'm learning, and but it's been also fun in getting to see the students and being on the various campuses, and so I'm definitely enjoying it. But there have been challenging moments at the same time. So, again, you know, we're still celebrating the vision here at our district. And here are some of our wonderful students that I have the pleasure of working with, and this is my purpose. This is my why. This is why I'm still here. Okay, so looking at our 3-year process, year 1, clearing the land, year 2, building the structures, and I really feel that this is sort of where I'm at is year 2. And part of building those structures is learning about what does ESS do? What is my role here in the district? And a lot of that has to deal with ADE and compliance. That's what I'm learning about. So I'm definitely gaining a lot of knowledge in regards to our student information system, which is Synergy, and how Synergy works with, in conjunction with ADE, and the importance of understanding reporting, state reporting and state compliance. And so it's been really fun. Being sarcastic, but it's been a lot of information. I appreciate tech being patient with me, and I really think that all of our teachers, all of our ESS staff, they're starting to learn how to use Synergy. We're getting it. We're getting an understanding, and we're getting there. It was a bit of a learning curve for everyone because everyone was so used to IEP Pro. So we don't use IEP Pro anymore. Now we use Synergy, so everything's in Synergy. So it's nice that we still somewhat have access to IEP Pro because a lot of documents may not have rolled over. So we're kind of learning that. We also keep hard files on files, so our hard copies on file, so to ensure that we have all the data we need in regards to our students. So again, that's still something we're still kind of working on. And then again, with building structures, we're also continuing to make those connections through the community. I actually with Aurora, our ESS pre-K teacher, are going to be making monthly meetings with special services through the Donathan Nation and also with the Head Starts. I guess previously they used to meet once a month in regards to the students and the referrals, and that hadn't happened in years. So they're happy to have a monthly meeting back put in place so that we have that communication, we have those transitions in regards to any of our referral students coming to us. So it's been great in that sense in building those connections again. What's also great is getting a chance to network with other districts, because I'm getting to see what other districts are doing and how their ESS program works, because like I said, there's a lot in our department. So it's been great being able to network, being able to connect with other directors, connect with other professionals. I actually have a meeting set up with a transitional specialist from Vail School District, because I hear great things with Vail and their transitional program from high school to post-secondary for our ESS students. So I'm really excited to see what's working with them and how we can bring in some of those things out here, and maybe even pull in some community partners and making sure that we have those in place for our ESS students when it comes to transitions. Because that is a very important component, because my son is actually going to be going through that process soon. He's going to have to go into a transition program now that he's leaving high school. So something like that is really important to me. I want to ensure that our students out here on the nation have that same opportunity. And another thing that I'm sort of trying to put in place also is building capacity within our staff. A lot of our staff members are here, and they love our students, so that's why they're here. So they want to continue to be here, but it's also important that they are getting that professional learning, and they're developing, and they're learning about what is out there. So another thing I'm trying to put in place is just building capacity within our staff. So I'm encouraging them to look out for any sort of professional learning that they might come across, and helping them register for those things. Okay. And so it's been a busy few months. And when we kind of go into our district-wide stretch goals, in the next few slides, I do kind of go over how I want to, and how I'm incorporating ESS into those district goals. Okay. You go to the next one. Again, some of our lovely students there. And I'm so excited about Special Olympics. I didn't know if you're aware, but the intermediate campus will be joining us. Some of the students there will be, have gotten their physicals in, and so Ms. Wood's going to be assisting too. And so we're really excited about having a bigger Special Olympics team this year. Okay. Really quick before I go over the goals, these are some of the things that have to be reported to state. So one thing that I'm working on right now are post-school outcomes. And with post-school outcomes, this is a survey where I actually have to reach out to students that have been exited from our SPED program. And I kind of have to see what they're sort of, I guess, what they're up to. Did you enroll in school? Are you, you know, sort of what's sort of your transition into the real world? And so with post-school outcomes, that is a survey that I have to complete through ADE, and I have to reach out to about 20 students, I think, this year. And that's due at the end of the month. And then parent-student surveys. This is actually very integral, and this is something that I'm going to ensure that we have more compliance when it comes to this survey, because it's a survey that is required from the state, and it requires our families to answer this in regards to the ESS services their student has been receiving through our district. So in the past, the survey hasn't been really completed thoroughly, and I'm hoping that this year that we make sure to at least have, I would say 100% of our parents filling out that survey, because that's not happened in the past, because that provides us critical data to see how we can improve our program moving forward. And that is due at the end of the school year, the parent-student survey. And then we also have the student data integrity reports. This is actually checked on a daily basis. This is actually the reports from state. If there's any sort of errors when it comes to enrollment, when it comes to our services being reported incorrectly, we receive this integrity report, and that's something we have to check on a daily basis through ADE. And October 1st data collection, oh, this is a big one. This is the big one. And that's due in a few weeks. This is actually ensuring that all of our students are being counted in our state reporting system. And based on these numbers, that's going to determine the amount of funding we'll receive for the following year. So this data collection is actually very vital, and it's very important that everything is being reported correctly. And so I've gotten started on making sure and checking the rosters for each campus to ensure that students are being reported correctly. Parentally placed private school students with disabilities. And this is actually through the preschool department. So because of our preschool, we have to ensure that not only are they entered into our student information system, but we have to make sure that we have that connection with Head Start. Because I don't know if you're aware, but our preschool teacher, Ms. Kupis, will provide services to Head Start students and to any students that are unable to come to the school to receive services. So they will provide services in the home. And that a lot comes from state referrals. So that's something that comes from state referrals that we have to follow through with. Yes.
How many students are underneath that right now?
So right now, I think with Head Start, I think we have about 4 students that will be serviced through Head Start. And we have 2 students that might be serviced in the household. And they have to drive out there, but we're trying to make arrangements to see if they can come to the school to receive services. That would be for OT, Ms. Rodriguez. That would be for speech, Ms. Pina. And that would be Ms. Aurora Kupas also.
Do they have a general location where they are? No?
I think we have one as far as Manager's Dam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a trip.
Yeah. And so that's one student I think that's out there. And so they kind of have to see if they can work something out with maybe meeting at one of the Head Starts, because they do have connections with Head Starts. And they are going to be meeting with, I know they go to Cells Head Start. They also go to Viachin and to Pacinemall. And so there's several students coming. But referrals from the state will be coming into us year round. So this isn't something that there's a limit on. This is something that will happen year round. And yes, so here we go. Oh, well, last one is special education data dashboard. This is something new that's sort of been put into our portal. And this is actually fairly simple data. This is due at the end, this is due in July. And all this has to do with, again, is student exit data. If any student had left our SPED program, it'll be reported, and we just have to confirm that they left. We have preschool transition data, and again, that's any students that are in a preschool going into kindergarten, or maybe they were exited also from SPED. So that's preschool transition data. Students without disabilities, any long-term suspensions or expulsions, any of that will be reported to state, and I just have to confirm that had happened. And then discipline data, again, that's why it's also crucial. I also have to work with the APs in regards to inputting any discipline data to ensure that that's being correctly reported to state for our ESS students. Yeah. Okay. And
Are you finding any instances where you're having to correct a lot, or no? Yeah, give or take.
There has been. It's funny because there is a little, when it comes to the data, there is a little bug that we've been noticing, and we've kind of been talking with tech. It kicks our kids out of the system, and so they're enrolled in our school. They're still here. They're getting services, but when we check, there might be an error saying that they had moved or they were exited, and that's not always the case. So we have to go back and we have to fix that.
Okay.
And then once we sync it back up with state, then it shows up again then it's fine, then it's cleared up. But that's a little bug we've been noticing in our system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and stretch goal number 1. Again, stretch goal number 1 focuses on 80% of our students will score 70% or better on the essential standards in ELA and mathematics. So one thing that's important when it comes to the stretch goal is that there is a collaboration happening between our SPED teachers and regular education teachers and any service providers. So we also are working together to ensure students' educational needs are met. And again, that's coming with IEP meetings, that's coming with any concerns. So anytime, any collaboration, between our ESS teachers and regular ed teachers is very important. Another thing that is really important this year is inclusion. So when it comes to inclusion, we need to ensure that our SPED students are provided access to general education to the maximum extent possible. So we want to ensure that they're being included, that they're supported. We definitely want to build that independence in them. So that's why inclusion is so important, is just to build that independence in those students. Again, it's to support student engagement and promote increased students' independence, and provide transition services to assist students to successfully transition from high school to the adult world. And I think that's our ultimate goal, is to make sure that, not only gaining independence, but when they move on to the real world and building those skills in them. That's my favorite little picture there in the middle with, he's come such a long way, that little one, such a long way. Miss B can attest to that, so it always makes me happy when I see him. Stretch goal number 2, again, is, so another thing, this one is attendance, 90% attendance by teacher, grade level, by school, by content. And a new thing that actually has been implemented in Synergy is something called service tracking. So our ESS teachers now will have to they'll have to include when they work with their students within the portal, or within the, I don't know how to describe it, what is the student information system? Yeah, they have. So what service tracking is let's say a student gets 30 minutes of OT services a week. So the OT person will have access to this portal where they will actually put in the amount of minutes they actually worked with the students, and just include a note of maybe what they did during that time. And it keeps track of the services the student had, because we want to make sure that any minutes that are listed in their IEP, that they are in compliance and they're getting those minutes. So that's what service tracking provides. It's just ensuring that our students are getting those minutes and we're in compliance, and that we don't owe any compensatory services at the end of the year. So it's been and so usually in the past, what teachers do, or some of them still do just because they like to have it, but they've been keeping handwritten notes. They'll keep handwritten notes, but now it's easier where it's actually attached to the student. It's portable. I can go into the system and I can see the service history for the student and see to ensure that the student is getting their minutes. So that's also great about Synergy. And then again, the IEPs and monitoring, making sure that those minutes are being met. And also, if our students are missing a lot of days, what sort of attendance interventions can we put in place for them? We also need to make sure, again, that our students are being included in any sort of celebrations, district-wide or within the school. Okay. So again, clearing the land, first year, we got Synergy. We're still kind of working with that. I think we're getting better at it. We're having a better understanding of Synergy and all the components that it offers. Building the structures, building the capacity, and staff development. And again, bringing in that transitional piece, the Rehabilitation Research and Training Center. I do know that Ms. Birdsell is still in contact with the teachers at the secondary, and this is a big goal for her also. So we're learning more about VCU and how it can benefit our district. And I think a big part of this, again, is connecting through parents and families through those surveys. It'll provide a lot of information to us moving forward, what we can do to improve. And maintaining, so for me, when we think about maintaining success for the next years, is focus on maintaining success through continuous professional development, focus on increasing student learning, continue to collaborate with community agencies to ensure student success. Now, again, being in this role, I'm starting to learn. There's so much out there. And so it's really exciting to see what I can bring in to support our teachers. I know that the funny thing is I went to the ADE conference last week, and I ran into my son's old physical therapist. She'd known him since she was 3. So it's amazing to always run into her and see how she's doing. And she actually works for ADE now through the assistive technology department. And she was like, oh my gosh, Val, there's just so many stuff. Medi can get this, Medi can do that, and I could do that. She's like, let me come to your, where are you at? She's like, I can come to your district. I can show your teachers all this stuff. She's like, we got 8,000 pieces of equipment in our warehouse for students to use. And she was like, I need to show your teachers. I need to show them what they can do, how it can assist our students. And she's just like so excited. And so it's great so that I can bring that positive energy in, and she can show us all this technology available to our students. It could be as simple as one-handed controllers, because Medi does have CP, so he's only one-handed. So she's one-handed gamer controls, like those things for them, or also speech devices to help our students that may be nonverbal or have a hard time sort of communicating, those type of devices. And so it'll be fun to see what she can bring and how that can assist our students. But it's just things like that, building those connections, and seeing how our students can flourish with these new devices, but also building that capacity within our teachers. And when I had mentioned this to a few teachers, they had no idea that this was available to them. So it's exciting. And I look forward to doing that, to bringing that. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Ms. Vance?
Thank you for your report. I know you're just now starting, and I just want to just commend you in, in the 2-year building the structures, that you've already kind of have a list of everything that you want to do and everything that you see for the future. And I really like that. I really like that you've taken that initiative to move forward in that way. So I just want to say thank you for that. And then I guess in the the site videos that we see each month, I would like to see more of our students, exceptional students in those videos, because it is important for for them to be included in those things. So I just want to say that, and thank you.
What I really appreciate is I am a part of the district walkthroughs, and I really appreciate that they include an ESS classroom anytime that we do those walkthroughs. So I'm glad that all of our district administrators are also kind of getting a view into the classroom.
Yes, I agree. I think that when the need was there and the board was recommended, yourself for this type of role or this type of opportunity. I call it an opportunity. I know you say you're having some, I know, I get it. And like 100% agree with you. Like there's always a little curve, but obviously I think that as much as you have shown and the reasons that you were recommended for the role, I think really shine through, and your ability to be able to not only relate, but extend that relation beyond just yourself to everyone else that deserves it. And I think that that's going to be greatly outshone or shown in the near future, as much as you've been able to use the frameworks that your our superintendent has been able to provide across the board. I want to continue to encourage you to, put in for whatever you need to be successful. I think that this board, again, has shown we want to be able to see the successes, but we also know that we need to be supportive of training and getting that expertise to the level that we, not expertise, but that understanding of differences or changes or whatever it may be. We try to go to bat as much as possible when it comes to pushing back on some of the things we see, and it's unfortunate that exceptional students or students that are difficult get pushed aside, and it's very evident that the state doesn't care sometimes. And yet, we're really trying to be emphasize that we don't have that luxury to just send a kid somewhere else here. There's no way that they're going to get anything. So I'm really grateful as well that you are coordinating or trying to work with. And again, whether it's mandated or referred by the state, that we're able to provide something. You know what I mean? For those students that are in manager's TAM. I work in Gubal now, and I see how much and how hard, to the millionth degree, it is for not only us to be able to operate a school district at this capacity or large or the vastness of it, but that we also have to go to those distances as well as staff and buses, not just buses, but now our staff to be able to help support those things. I think it all goes back to really pressing on the support that we need from the nation, from the state, from federal government, and all of that stuff, that it helps us to hear this and to be able to take it to the next step and push for whatever we can to help support it. So I just want to thank you for giving as much as you have thus far. I know, I think as a parent, I relate as well that it's hard to have to differentiate or have to put things down at sometimes when it comes to the kids. And I'm getting emotional. I don't know why. Anyway, I think that there is always an opportunity for us to be able to be supportive of one another, and I'm really glad that you're in that role to be able to do that for our accept. That's all I want to say, and thank you for the report. I do try to be mindful of what we're being given throughout the year, and I look forward to seeing what you're going to be able to do in the next school year and after that and after that. But Ms. Hendricks. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I always, when I think of ESS and the program, I always think in the past, I don't know if you remember Mr. Norderangelo or Mr. Randall, but to them, they were my shining stars because they were nonstop, always in the community, always talking to families, always.
Yeah.
And to see that level of dedication, that's something that I aspire to.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you for your presentation. I do have a question regarding the survey. Because I remember doing a survey last year.
Oh, yes.
So I don't know if the results of that survey ever.
Yeah, I do remember that survey because, like I said, we didn't receive as many as we hoped to receive back, but the ones we do receive, we do input into the system. And it gets sent to ADE, and they kind of compile all that information for us, and they send it back. And I know in conversations I had with Dr. Pettigrew, she really wanted there to be more participation with that survey. She felt that there was a lot of knowledge, a lot of data in there that would be useful for us moving forward. So thank you for being one of our parents to fill it out, because I know that we got it. It was very important information, and it really helps us.
And I appreciate that you are going on your, going out, journeying out to get more information, getting input from, and visiting other programs that actually, we can use here, even though they're in another different location.
Yes.
But, I think that, it's great to bring in new ideas on how to be best serve.
And it's really interesting talking with people. They might only be in Tucson, but they're always willing to share that knowledge and spread and come out to a new community. They always are. They'll find a way. That's what I've kind of just having conversations with people. That's kind of what I'm happy about, that they're willing to do that.
So at the law conference, I did attend everything you need to know about IDEA for teachers, parents, board members, administrators. It was an interesting session
It is.
to learn more about. And I think there was a significant kind of the things that we're not part of as board members. I am as a parent, but where there was a governing board, administration, teacher services, and providers. And then you go the other way up where there's the IEP decision making, and then and then which consists of the IEP team, administration, no governing board, of course, parents,
Yeah.
which, obviously something that as board members we don't see, but we know that is happening, so. But it is interesting how and because I've had my oldest grandchild we've and he's actually when he reached high school, we the last IEP, he got his go to college. But I like the idea of the transitioning, working on that type of idea on getting them to transition easier into
And that
either high school, college, whatever they want to do. And
exactly, yeah.
they themselves have goals, and we want to work with them and make sure that they're aspiring to them.
And actually, that is required. That is something that is required of us, is to start the transition process and start having those conversations with the student about age 15. And that'll be something that is included in their IEP when they turn 16. So that's something to look forward to. There are a number of sort of surveys or inventories that our ESS teachers have access to, and they can, ask, what do you want to do? Like, what are you looking forward to? And just getting those ideas and kind of guiding them through what is out there, what's available to them, and sort of opening their eyes to what we can do. So I'm glad that that's something that's been put in place, because that is something I've been going through with my son too. Like, what can we find for him after school?
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Stevens?
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. I know transitioning into a new role is hard. I can truly relate to your position and just realizing that, there's a lot of work that goes into developing a program and trying to move forward, but then having those support systems that you have, the people that have been doing it, I think it's great. I like this almost the same thing Sylvia was talking about. I was thinking like, it's wonderful that you are making these connections with other school districts and finding resources that would be valuable to us. And also looking at how can we help those students transition and what can we do to be supportive to that, like as a school board, like what can we provide, what should be done on our end to make sure that we are providing those services for students, because we do want to provide those opportunities for them to think about like what they want to do. And it may not be college, but is it like a job? Can we help them grow some skills or find some kind of training? Those things that come along with it. So I just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
I couldn't do it without everyone that's been so supportive, and I appreciate everyone being so patient with me as I'm going through this.
Senor Diaz? Okay.
Valerie, Ms. Valdez, I want to thank you. All the positions, all the executive positions, they're very important. But this one has a special place in my heart. I appreciate your character. I appreciate your ethics. I appreciate your growth mindset. I appreciate you. Being the voice of reasoning. And advocacy. Reasoning and advocacy. It's important for me that the person that holds this position understand the value. Thank you for, because within 2 months, you building a plane while flying it. Your person believes in excellence. And your experience as a teacher and as an administrator. Most important, as a parent. Being the liaison and ambassador for our students. That you bring what I wish my two siblings with special needs had at one point, and they never did. So to see it, the way you're developing your humbleness and the way you growing yourself into a completely different position, and bringing your experience as a parent and as a student, I'm very grateful for. If this is what you accomplished in such a short time, I'm looking forward to see what our students are going to benefit from. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. And yes, it is very, very personal to my heart. You know that. And that's why it is important that I want to ensure that our ESS students have a voice moving forward. Because I meet with parents every day, and I want to ensure that they know that I'm trying my best, that we're trying our best, to that they are going to be successful in life. And it is very personal to me. Thank you.
The last thing I want to say, I think we definitely want to support what Ms. Vance has said in that inclusivity. It's strange to feel or think that, family members or even, for instance, my own niece, you don't think about those things being, we've never ever treated her as if she's had anything wrong with her ever. So when or if knowing that we can have some effect on long-term, like, capability, like, just being a person and being able, so hearing that you're also bringing or finding individuals who have more that we can provide is also really it's really, I'm really grateful that you've made connections and you're making connections, and that we're able to somehow provide even more for our students. And again, I think as far as whatever the need is on your end to maximize that effort, definitely don't feel. I'm sure you don't, but don't ever back down from batting for them 1,000% to us or to Mr. Diaz on the needs, because I think that we have. We all definitely have the want to be able to support whatever it is that you need to be successful and to show what we can from our district. So thank you again, and appreciate your time and effort this morning being with us and for your presentation. Ms. Stevens.
I had a question. So I had a parent call me just recently and was asking like resources that BUSD had because the student had been out of school for a while, and asking about services that are available. She felt like she was behind. And so I started asking her, like, does she have an IEP? And she's like, I know when she was younger she did, but she's been kind of floating different schools and like not being here and like going different places. Anyway, so I had recommended that she had reach out to you or even Ruben, but I was telling her, if you find out that she has an IEP, I'm pretty sure that they can do that. So my question was like, when you run across those situations where people are kind of like jumping around at different school districts, and do you normally follow up to see if they have the IEP and all that stuff, and what can be done for the students in those situations?
Yes, that's actually a pretty common thing that kind of happens within our district. I know that our office managers are really great about asking families that, when they're registering the child, or if they have any questions, did the child receive any sort of services through the school or had an IEP? Sometimes they might not even know. So once they kind of tell us the enrollment history of that student, schools they might have attended, our office managers will reach out to those schools and will try to locate that information. So there are people that we can contact in other districts that can inform us.
That's good.
So if they at least can give us an idea of where they were last enrolled or where they might have received services, we can always reach out to those districts.
Great,
They will provide it.
thank you.
Good. All right. Thank you again. Have a good
day,
afternoon.
guys.
We'll go ahead and chug right along and turn it over to our Finance and Grants Department's presentations. Miss Clementina Carlisle first, or both? Yeah. I think we do. Oh. Miss Cornell. Oh, I don't know. Do we? I have this one.
The pig.
Is it that one? Oh, the piggy bank. Okay, I got it.
Bank.
Yes.
Which one?
Get
Yeah, it's short and sweet.
All right. Little pigs. Does Miss Ella have one over there?
Are we starting with this one?
No, I'm the grants one.
This one?
Yes.
Here you go.
You can go to the next page. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, board. Superintendent Diaz. My part of this presentation is pretty quick, but I know it's our 3-year plan moving forward. However, to do that, I kind of need to show you guys our last 5 years of grants.
Okay.
Mostly because I want you to kind of see how we've been very inflated the last couple of years, the last 3 years especially, because of all the ESSER grants and all the ESSER money.
Right.
And not just ESSER, but all of the ARP grants and just other random grants we've been able to pick up from the state and from the federal government. And then I wanted to make sure that you guys could see how many are ending. And so we are going to be, this year especially, we are, $10 million less in our grant allocation. And so we also, not only are we losing some of the federal funds like ESSER and all of those, but the federal government has also cut Title I, the ESEA, and so those first 4 grants up there, you will notice how from FY24 to FY25, we've taken a hit on those. Title I, about 80,000 less. Title I, neglected and delinquent, was about 2,300. Our Title II is almost cut in half at 38,000. And then our RLIS, which is the rural and low income schools, that one was the whole thing. We didn't get any allocation this year. Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason why we didn't get any funding from that?
It's the whole ESEA was cut from the federal government, and so when they allocated it to us, we didn't receive an allocation. Thankfully, I knew that back in March, and so I was able to maximize our current grants and move a lot of things out and into ESSER. And so we'll have a carryover, it just won't come in until December. So last year, like specifically for RLIS, we had about 30,000 last year. I'm going to be able to carry over almost about 25,000. So I just don't want to list that as an allocation because we don't have it, but it is going to carry over. Same thing for Title I. There is a limit to how much we can carry over, and so I got to the limit and then I stopped spending in Title I, and so we'll carry over. It's about 180,000, and so that will help along the way.
And when is that gonna?
The carryover usually comes in December, at least last year, December or January. We'll see how ADE, they seem to be a little delayed this year, so, yes. But hopefully that will happen sooner rather than later.
Do you think the recent politics are going to impact
Yes.
what's
Absolutely.
happening? And that's why
And
it's being delayed?
Yes, that's also why I can't really assume what we're going to get in the future each year. I do think the election's going to have a big impact on Title I funding, one way or the other. Also, in our state elections, whenever the superintendent of schools is elected each year, I mean, depending on who it is, that's going to impact funding as well. So, another one that has been greatly impacted is our CSI funding, which is the next one, Comprehensive Support Intervention. Our CSI grant, if you see the last couple years, it has funded a lot in our schools, and that is specifically the primary, intermediate, and then middle school. And late in the grant, we had already actually completed our application, and we had over 800,000 in our grant this year. They told us just about 2 weeks ago that it was going to be cut, and we only ended up with 159,000. So we had to cut a lot of it out. Thankfully, I had conserved some of ESSER for right now, and so ESSER was able to pick up most of that. We did have to cut some travel, things like that out, but any position that was being currently funded, we've been able to kind of pick up either impact aid, most of it was though with ESSER. So things like SFA, Edgenuity, a lot of that stuff that was in the CSI grant, I just kind of moved it into ESSER, and so it really saved us for this year because they cut, $700,000, so it was a big cut. If you move down, a lot of our other grants have gotten cut or have decreased, but for instance, like our IDEA, basic and pre-K, those fluctuate, and those depend on enrollment of our ESS students. And we will have quite a bit of carryover with that grant, so we're looking pretty good with those numbers. I do want to point out our JTED grant, our JTED money, because our enrollment has increased in all of our CTE programs, we've actually gotten quite a big increase in our allocation. So last year we got about 71,000, and this year we're getting 177. So that was our final count.
With the JTED funding, how is that all being spent? Can you?
It's been for all of our CTE programs. So for instance, our ag, our auto, our digital communications, digital photography, and our new home health that's going to be starting. So a lot of that JTED funding goes to all those programs. It pays for all the equipment that we use. Last year, it paid for the whole culinary area that was put in at secondary. So a lot of our carryover from previous years was put towards that. So we only carried over this year about 20,000, and that's all going to go towards the home health program. So because we have to buy all the equipment for that, like the hospital
What is
beds.
the timeline to roll out the home health program?
Well, we had wanted to do it this year, but we kind of got ahead of ourselves. So we are going to do it next year. So we have the teacher, and we have her, and she's doing an elective program, not the home health aid program itself, but she's doing like an elective that helps get the kids the foundations. So it's like anatomy, basic anatomy, and then terminology, medical terminology they're gonna go over, because that's all things that, they need to know for a home health.
Right,
So,
right.
yep. So this year, we're gonna be purchasing all the equipment for it. So, any other? And then, there's other ones down, you guys can see, there's other grants. Our RISE grant, it only decreased just because of how we were spending the money, so, but, other than that, most everything kind of is staying the same. So, that's our 5-year, that's the last 5 years of grants. And so moving forward, our allocations are probably gonna be similar to this instead of the last couple of years, so. All right, and then my next part of this are my goals. So with our federal and state grants, we really do we have a lot of regulations behind what we can fund, but we do have 4 main areas where, like our Title I, Title II, RLIS, neglected and delinquent, CSI, where all those are funding. And so first is with effective and relevant instruction. This is really targeted towards the stretch goal number 1. So we want our students to be successful. So through the federal grants, we continue to support after-school tutoring. We're going to continue to do summer school. I know in the past, ESSER has paid for all of that, so I was able to get summer school into Title I, and our after-school tutoring is now in the ATSI grant this year. So we are going to have to cut back a little bit on what we do, but we still are going to be able to have it. So that's a good thing. We continue to provide additional resources to each school campus. Each campus is different. What they want and what they need is different. And so I really try to work with them to figure out what exactly they want their money spent on. It's not my decision. I'm not there. I'm here. So as long as it fits within the grant and within their school IAP, they can fund it. And then our district math and ELA coaches, those are both funded through Title II and Title I. Next part, the SEL. I know the state of Arizona is really trying to kind of cut back on SEL funding. However, we as a district are committed to funding our SEL program, and so we have the SEL director, we have counselors at every site, and we have behavior specialists at all sites. And I split fund those between different grants. So, professional development, this is really key towards still, again, having our teaching staff prepared for our students, and our new teacher induction, that comes out of Title II funding. And then a lot of the PD, AVID, Kagan, whatever content-based PDs we use, the cultural PDs, those are all grant funded too. And then finally, culture and community involvement. Most of this funding for like our culture teachers, our culture program, that's all Title VI funding. Our family and community director, she's funded out of Title I, as well as our district parent liaisons. And then parent and community events are all Title I and Title VI. So we want to try to continue to fund all this stuff without having to dip into impact aid and use up that funding. So that can be used for other things. So, and that's, any questions?
Ms. Vance, do you want to go first? Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I like the way you done the breakdown of the grants that end it, so that we know that, there's no more funding in those areas. And I know it's a lot for like the title, the grants and stuff that we have to know about. So
I'm
really
learning.
appreciate that information.
I'm still learning it. I'm still new. This is my first time, really, as full year. So
Yeah, it is your first time. You're very new at this, and you're doing a terrific job in that. So thank you for all the information that you've shared.
thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to share the same. I think that you're coming from, teaching and all of that, you kind of have a whole different experience and view of it. But again, I think whenever the opportunity comes that we're able to be presented with opportunities to be able to see someone have an interest, especially, but also to say, this is something I want to be able to try and get into. I'm just overly excited to be able to see and view what you've been able to present. It helps us 1,000%, especially, and I want to say expressly, because we are definitely always at the mercy of someone beyond our control, and we need to be mindful of what it is and how we need to. I know we can't, again, all legislation and laws that we're not, we don't have a technical hand in, but I think for the sake of the community's understanding that it is important who you vote for, and it is important that you're mindful of where they stand on education and these types of things, which is why, again, I'm really grateful that we are given an opportunity to be able to be in spaces, dang, I just lisped, in spaces that allow us to be able to voice these types of instances that very much we very much see, observe, and deal with as members of the community. So the more that we can have as much information as you're able to share, the better. And I'm just really grateful that you've been able to dedicate as much time as possible. I know we can't expect everyone to be, 1,000% every day, and especially with anything that comes in life. And I want to say expressly thank you so much for being able to remain committed and here and doing as much as you can to be able to do, what you need to. And above all, ensuring you're taken care of as well. But other than that, I think that I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation. Ms. Hendricks?
I think your background helps.
Maybe just a little bit.
A lot.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation and all this information that you've shared. I did have a question. The Title I neglected and delinquent sounds negative.
I know, it does, but
What is it?
so the state has a definition, neglected and delinquent student. Delinquent is like JDC,
Yeah.
students in JDC.
Okay.
Neglected has different definitions, but we have to send in, like, students who have been suspended a lot, they can be counted as neglected sometimes. Students in the group home. So that's we have to submit numbers. And so a lot of that funding goes to the Sunrise House.
Oh, I see.
So
Okay.
that's where most of that goes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. I know that you actually, I know have to work closely with Clementina because it all has to do with finance. And I think now that we have Clementina here, I think you will have a better sense of, what we have, what the money can be spent on, and because I know that Clementina has a clear idea on pretty much which you probably have to provide to her on what these grants can be spent for.
Yeah,
And I know that
we work
specifically
closely.
grants are, you have to spend them for specific things. And,
Yes.
and even though somebody thinks, well, can't I use that grant? And you'll have to say no, because it doesn't fall under the qualifications of the
Right.
grant. So, but I think all the information on the numbers and the dollars that they're presented here are, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Stevens?
And your goals, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Your goals and your initiatives are actually, something that is good for us to know, what you're looking and working toward.
Bye. Ms. Stevens?
I was just gonna say the same thing. I love this chart. I'm like, man, I could use this for work. this format. I'm thinking about like projections and all these things, but it's very easy to read and understand. I do have a question in regards to like the funding of like all these different grants. Are you guys seeking new grant opportunities, and like what are some of those areas? Just because, like I see in 2005, 25, there's a lot of them that are no longer going to be available. So what is the backup plan? And is there ways that we as a board could help with seeking out some of those opportunities or making, making it easier for you? Because I know this is a hard job to do, but I think you do a great job. And I'm really grateful for how you broke this down, because it makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm always looking for different opportunities. A lot of these things can be rolled into Title I. A lot of this is because there was extra money, and so the state kind of, with all of the ESSER, or the COVID or legislation, I guess, there was a lot of money out there, and so that's where a lot of these grants kind of came from. But a lot of it, I just kind of roll it back into Title I. So I was able to save money by moving it into a different grant, and then now I'm going to have to move it back. So
Yeah.
a lot of that's what's going to happen.
Well, I think it kind of goes back to like systems and expectations, and I want to say specifically for the two of you, the team of you, and to our superintendent is really breaking down what are the absolute needs. I know there are wants, there are always wants, and you know that, and breaking it down to be like, okay, obviously we want our kids to be achieving, but that comes with cutting of certain fund streams that we've had for a long time because we had to have them interventionists and all of that stuff. But now I think we as a board also need to understand that when we start to perform at a level that is more, I don't know, in the eyes of the state, like, oh, they're doing good, they don't need that.
Yes.
Then we need to be mindful or, think differently about how we're going to approach it. We know we still need that, but obviously we have to have hard conversations and discuss how do we continue to move forward if we're not going to have that influx of funding. So I'm grateful again that we're able to see this information, but I think taking back and essentially looking at, and maybe you have already, and maybe this is what we're going to hear, or maybe we will, but having that hard conversation with, and I know we do, but maybe it needs to come down to, well, this is what we want to be able to support or look at when it comes to tutoring. Like you said, it's going to look different. We're going to be able to do it, but not to the degree that we have been. Okay, so then I really, really want to impress and express that as a school district, we try to do so much, and I really, really need to try and have the community or the nation or somebody step up to some degree to help us help to capture what we are trying to fund at the same time do A, B's, and C's. So it just needs to be said, and I think that it's important for us in this capacity to have that conversation and say, a lot of people do ask, why does the school do all of that? Because nobody else is. And if we didn't, we wouldn't have any kind of successes because there are impacts that are just not specific to the classroom. There's so many things happen to them on the way in and in the way out, and that affects them being academically successful. So I'm grateful that we continue to press on and try to, like we said, maybe look at what are the next steps. But I think ultimately making sure we're being transparent with everyone that here's what we're dealing with and what we will be dealing with, and there's no surprises. And I know that that's something we don't ever want to surprise someone with when it comes to a position or something that we're used to having all the time. So I just want to make sure that we're expressing that from this standpoint. And if anyone disagrees, of course, but I just want to make sure that we're saying that. Mr. Diaz? Sorry, or go ahead, Ms. Hendricks.
Just figured out the significance of the pig. It's a piggy bank.
Oh, yes.
But I also just wanted to say with the information that you've provided, because, this is a large part of our oversight. And I think it helps us, in what we can do and what we can improve and, just the oversight of everything.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Anyone else? If not, Mr. Diaz.
Ms. Cornell, where are we on our goal of reaching $12 million by the end of 2026?
I believe Ms. Carlisle will have that
in her report?
with the impact.
All right, so we'll get to that. But also, I want to give you a shout out for a couple of things. Not only your math background, your teaching background, but I think there's something more important, which is common sense. Your ability to bring common sense and bring it into very simple terms. Yes, we are looking into then what are the next 2 years are going to look like, and it's going to be under the basis of safety, stability, and as well as savings. It's great to have great dreams, but if we don't have a path to be able to be financially sound, they will be detrimental. We do have a long list of things that we need to take care of, but it's not until we see where are we and where we're going to go that is going to give us a path in how we're going to be able to achieve those. But I want to thank the time that Ms. Cornell has taken, because she was the first one to ring the alarm and says, hey, we don't do something, we're going to go bankrupt in about 3 years. And by her putting the charts and putting the numbers in a way that, yes, it will give us that slap on the face to say we need to do something differently. And by her taking the time in building infrastructures or the structure to give every single director a budget and say, you put the numbers here and it's gonna tell you when to stop. And it is going the extra mile and giving us clarity on what to spend and how, for how long, and her ability and common sense of playing around and juggling the money to make sure that we maximize the different budgets. And I agree, one of the moving forward, now that the systems will be in place and the stability of what how far our money's going to go to, is find ways in and also start looking into who can support us in and looking at what grants we are eligible and get the capacity for somebody that can support us in writing those grants, and that we are eligible to. I know that's something that you already do, but also to increase the amount of energy in grants that we are eligible that will have a direct impact. The success of our teachers and our administrators is thanks to the support of you, Ms. Carlisle's office, as well as Ms. Darylyn's office. So I thank you for what you do, and I appreciate you, your ability to continue to build your career and your profession within BUSD, impacting now the greater community.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it.
We can open pharmacy next.
Oh, yeah. Can we take a little, like, 5 minute? 4 minute, 3 minute? Take a short break.
You're done?
You're all good.
My understanding is that she emailed it to us because we, check your emails, please.
Sent it to you.
And, okay, let me forward it to you guys,
In our
because
email?
I am having a hard time opening myself, and board. It includes your board and your other email, so please double check and refresh your inbox,
Did you send it to the TOCC one?
both. And our system, as it continues to update less and less, is allowing me to send it to your other emails. So I'm gonna need support from the governing board members to check your BUSD emails or find a way to check your BUSD emails, because it's, our firewalls now are starting to give us more problems in sending it to outside of the organization, emails. I just forwarded to your BUSD email.
I got it in my.
You did?
TOCC,
Okay.
yeah.
You want this one first, Ms.
Is that
Carlisle?
yours historical one? Is that a? Are you doing the historical one first, Clementine?
Which one are you doing first?
The historical?
BUSD business, the PowerPoint.
Oh, the other one?
My back hurts. We've been sitting too long.
Your back hurts?
Yeah, because I'm not used to sitting down.
Oh.
I work standing up.
You're used to standing up?
I stand up 90% of the time.
Oh. There's so much food, Ruben.
Thank God. Mm.
Got more food? You have guacamole? Really? Wow,
You want guacamole?
a little bit.
Or do you want me to bring it in a cup?
Yeah. Hi.
He just needs to download it and then open it.
Do you miss going to district meetings?
I went, I'm actually put in because they're looking for someone to sit on the economic board.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the meeting and I immediately regret it. Like, because you know how they just go over everything over and over again? Do I really want to do that? But no, I'm excited.
You fill your bottle with tea? Did you fill your bottle with tea? Oh, cool.
You good?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Chocolate? You good?
Uh,
I need you up for the last hour. We're 30 minutes. I tried.
what did they have for dessert for lunch?
Both Microsoft.
Cookie? Oh.
Just give it to me.
Well, if they have questions, they can ask them.
I want some Reese's cups. I want some Reese's cups. Yeah. Thank you.
We need one more. Anne Marie.
It will be cold. Hopefully not.
I am cold.
What's for lunch?
Carne salad.
But I'm old, that's
And,
why.
baked potatoes with every topping imaginable. Beans and rice and beans. Y chile.
Chumit? ¿Qué es chumit?
Baked tortilla.
The fake chumma.
Baked chile. It's imitation chile.
No, I don't know what was put on the board. So they told us to upload it to a link, and I did, but that's not what got on there. I don't know what you guys have on the agenda. Nope. I don't mess around. I don't do cartoons or anything like that. I don't do fun, I'm sorry. Or funny. Thank you.
It wasn't the
Yeah.
email, yeah. Well,
I think that was from like 2 years ago or something. Yeah, you can just throw it away.
this one?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Apparently,
I don't know what the miscommunication was.
well, it's The system in place is that we have a tracker where people place a link, and then the link is what is being used to put it on the agenda. Somewhere in between, a different PowerPoint got into that. Tracker. No, it's part of the, it doesn't.
So the
So,
following slide is CFO 2025, 2026, and 2027, right?
I'm sorry?
This one.
that's the one we're gonna look at. That's the correct one. So the one posted, the one shared via email is correct. The one on the
Agenda.
link, I'll talk to Ben to correct that.
Oh. Well, I couldn't even get into it.
It's having an issue. I couldn't get into that one either. We're live.
Okay, we'll go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Clementina Carlo.
Okie dokie. Good afternoon, Board President Buendia, governing board members, Superintendent Diaz. I will be presenting the three-year plan here at this retreat. And he's out.
We can follow along.
Okay, so the CFO goals are to support each site department within budget capacity to achieve the three-year strategic plan by ensuring timely ordering, prompt payment processing, and providing HR payroll services with accuracy and timeliness. The business office continues to evolve and find ways to streamline and improve processes while ensuring federal and state guidelines and requirements are being followed. And I just want to do a shout out to Allison because although I miss my ex-work husband or work husband, Jose, I really, really appreciate the work that Allison does and the detail that she puts into her work. I really, really appreciate it. I feel like we're on the same wavelength, so that's really, really good. I want to present financial information at board meetings that are concise and will also provide administrators with clarity and better understanding of how to attain goals. Annual surveys will allow for improvements in any areas needing refinement and provide training based on results of survey to aid in achieving goals. So I have Darylyn's here if you have any questions regarding human resources, but for the three-year plan for human resources for 2025, I have contracts up there, and that's to make sure that they are submitted in a timely manner, ensure that teacher certifications are current, focus on recruitment, update application software, and Darylyn can get a little. What are you doing? Get into a little bit about the software applications. I know that the software is very cumbersome. We're on HR, Human Resources. And so Sadie and Darylyn are looking into other opportunities and seeing if there can be a different software that can help them facilitate the process better. Professional development certifications, so they're gonna be part of the, is it ASPA? And that's for HR specifically, and possibly get certified in human resources, and also provide notary services again. So basically the same goals carry forward to each year, but just refine each of those goals every year. And then the next page. Do you have any questions for Darylyn at this time? Or do you want to wait till the end of the?
Go ahead, we can.
Or is she?
No, we're just, no, this is it for HR. We have the goals is to ensure contracts are available soon after board approval. Hiring and recruitment will allow for schools to obtain teachers needed to achieve goals. And professional development will allow HR to gain tools needed to help staff and to keep up with the latest legislative updates.
That's not on this slide, though, right?
The next one,
Oh, the next one.
Ruben, the next one.
Oh, human resources. I guess one of my questions that I have asked earlier when transportation in regards to their positions, short of positions for drivers and um, and et cetera, but, how is that process? I mean, how are we advertising and?
I think I don't know if I'm mistaken, but if for transportation, I think we only kept the senior drivers close to retirement, and anybody else, it's on him to get the drivers he needs, since it's outsourced.
Oh, really?
Yeah, where
So
he's,
we're not advertising within the school district?
no, it's his company. So it's my understanding he's the one that does that, since they're not technically our employees.
But I thought we were looking for, I thought the positions that were not filled were positions under the school district. Am I mistaken?
Yes, because I feel the only ones that we do have are the ones that with seniority, that my understanding is when you contracted with with Beeline is that we would keep them so they wouldn't lose their retirement.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
I think you were talking about
However-
facilities, because facilities
Oh,
need it,
facilities, I'm
yes.
sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
A facilities position he's looking for.
Okay,
I think he said
I
it.
was mistaken, I'm sorry.
okay,
But
no,
it
it's
was
okay.
facilities.
And what's the question?
How are we advertising and getting people to apply for these positions? Where?
On the website?
That's the
President Wendy.
only place?
Sending updates of every month and puts them out in the community. So there's postings at Bashes, there's postings at
Post office.
the post office. She has email list of all the districts, and she pushes it out my email to the districts to ask them to post it. Tucson Indian Center. Pima Community
Miss
College has,
Miss Sterling, can we get her that mic so that people can
Do you
hear
want to
her?
come up here?
Well, it's fine. We can just bring this one. It's okay. And then you can.
Pima Community College has also allowed us to post our positions there on campus. And there is, I think, one in Mesa a community college that we had reached out to. And so Sadie has reached out to some of the different colleges that have contacted us. And we've asked them, hey, would you be willing to post, some of our positions? And they have agreed to. So, in that, we posted, I know we talked about what is being offered outside the district as far as wages. We've lost one person, like in transportation, because the nation's wages were more than what ours was. And so that's the problem, is that they'll stay here for a few years, get experience, and then move on to like the nation. I believe some of the, not just the nation, but like Kiki Association, the TOUA, they offer more. I know we had one individual that was with our maintenance, and he got hired with TOUA. And so, I mean, it's always that, they're going from, our wages is not what other wages are. And I know one of the things that I've always have questions on is, do I have to leave my retirement the same? Because for Arizona State retirement, their percentage is straight across the board. It's 12.41.
A little bit over 12%.
That the percentages that we keep from the employee's check, and with the nation, I think theirs is like 4% up to 7% that you can have taken out of your checks. So a lot of them will ask, well, can I adjust that? And so I think with that, it's more in their paycheck, but less in their retirement, especially for our younger ones, our younger employees.
Okay, so it's more wage competitive.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, and I think Darylyn hit it on the head, where the younger ones, their focus is on right now, how much am I getting in my pocket right now, and not really focused on retirement. And then you blink and you're old,
Don't blink.
Well, no, I agree, but I think that that's not even sometimes an option for some people because with the way that the economy is now, everything's so much more expensive that, and this was brought up, or at least I wanted to bring up, which is kind of case in point for how what we're seeking or trying to find solutions for.
I think we really need to highlight, I agree with you on the benefits. The retirement is a benefit. It might hurt right now, but in the future, it's gonna benefit you. The, the board approved the 2 weeks off in December. That's a huge,
Yeah.
the time off, plus you get vacation, plus you get sick leave, plus, so there's a lot. It's very rich. The benefits here are very rich. The district still pays 100% of the health insurance. Not all school districts do that. So I don't know. I mean, you get the days off that coincide with the students if you have kids. There's a lot of benefits, and I think sometimes that's not highlighted. It's not just about the salary, but everything else that comes along with it.
No, I was going to bring up that there was an individual who recently requested to be moved one step below because of the
Yes.
instance that they couldn't afford.
Yes.
So, that caused the question, what is or what isn't? What is it? Is it a benefit or is it actually not? And I think people are making really hard decisions on how to do that and kind of basing it on where they're going to work and what they're going to do.
Yes.
But one of the questions specifically to the conversation that was kind of dived into a little bit, but I do have questions. Specifically to, let's say, an outsourced department. SFA, is it SFA? SFE or Beeline. Whatever their hiring practices may be, they still have to abide by and follow all of our policies and requirements though, right? No?
No.
So depending
They
on,
don't get ASRS. They don't get the benefits that our employees get.
no, not those. Policies regarding like required documentation, required appropriate information that's necessary for them to hold the position, to drive,
We
to,
don't check any of that. They're required to ensure that they're following the guidelines.
okay.
But it's not on the district to ensure that they are following the
As long
guidelines.
as we have that agreement that we're outsourcing this department and this is what it is.
So if they get audited, the audit, any kind of findings is gonna be on them. Will it
Okay.
impact us? It could, but it's not on the district.
That's good to know.
Yes.
The other thing I want to make sure to stress is, yes, when we entered into that agreement, we wanted to be able to help and protect those that had seniority
Yes.
and were able, that had a significant amount of a pot because they had been here so long. To me, if there's going to be ever any question again, I would have to really seriously consider and propose to the board that we not move in that direction anymore because it seems to be what is this dividing line between BUSD and Beeline. Sorry, no, you're all Beeline. You're all transportation. We outsource transportation. You might still get a check from the district because we do keep your retirement. But I mean, I'm just voicing it because I think it needs to be. But ultimately, that knowing that now, what you just answered, I think it's just important to kind of understand, especially on our end. But other than that, I'm glad to hear that you're looking at a new system for some sort of tracking of all of the applications and all of those things. Because, and this is one of the things we talked about earlier with trying to engage the community members through the Sunrise House on how to utilize technology, because that's one of the major factors that I see or hear is, well, they didn't get back to me. They're not going to. It's going to be in your email. You know what I mean? Or there's this process.
It is cumbersome.
Yeah.
I mean, because when I had to reapply again, it's just like, oh my gosh, this is such a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
It is cumbersome, and if you're not really familiar with technology, then I mean, they can just say, forget it. I don't even want to go through this process. So that's why they're going to, not only for their benefit, but also to make it easier for the applicant
Yeah.
to use the software.
And maybe that's going to help us to fill some of those positions that have
Yes.
been really difficult, because it has been a hassle. And I think that's why I really wanted to voice and have the conversation. But I'm glad that you mentioned that you're looking at something new. And
So they did find one, but of course, me being me, I'm just like, okay, can you make sure that you check with other school districts that are similar to our demographic and to our size, and make sure that it's really the best choice that we make. So they're gonna go ahead and reach out maybe to the
Okay.
tribes up north, the public schools up north, just to see what software they're using, and then see if we can compare to what the one that they found actually. So.
questions for HR? You okay? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
It is such a complex topic, and it requires multiple solutions. Everything is a domino effect. For instance, these are very low paid compared to other jobs, and the more I feel that we also invest in building an infrastructure in which they can have opportunities for housing, here it will also increase our recruitment. I do believe that extending now part of the advertisement, that now that they can bring a fifth wheel and connect it, that might also bring a possibility to say, hey, if housing is an issue, if you have a fifth wheel, if you can afford a fifth wheel, or if we have more housing that is affordable, that it will be able to bring them into the community. It is, in addition to everything else that we're doing to advertise, we also have the QR codes, and as we go into the districts, that's part of the conversation. These are the vacancies that we have. If you know anyone, please have them come and reach out to us. I This is one of the areas that I think I will continue to seek advice from other districts and other rural districts to see what else they're doing to be able to recruit and keep and maintain positions for classified positions. But I feel that it is going to require multiple out-of-the-box solutions for this. That I will continue not only collaborate with my departments, but also with other districts to find out how they're doing it.
You've probably had this conversation, but it's good to bring up, because I know I saw Miss Darrellin at the it's a meeting at TOCC regarding like work education programs, and how do we maximize those individuals who are seeking some sort of internship or some sort of need that they have to fill, and how are we trying to capitalize is a bad word. How are we trying to give them an opportunity to be able to do that and maximize their skills here? And what do we need to do to work on some sort of agreement or something to be able to do so? I know it probably goes all the way back down to trust or insurance insurance requirements and all of those things, fingerprints, all of that stuff that we need to make sure is in place. But ultimately, those types of solutions and those types of efforts, I think we could. I mean, I'm sure, because in the experience that I've been able to observe, is the need, but at the same time, you are still almost hand-holding those individuals because they are very green and do not know how to write a resume, which again is another portion that we require as any kind of employer. And so we do have to kind of give them a template and say, this is the template of a resume. If you're not familiar, here's what you can follow. I just need to know ... Right. And some people don't go that far, but that's why I'm hopeful we can start to think different ways or means to even put that inside the classroom somehow. I don't know. I mean, these are things that people continuously bring up to us about literacy, financial literacy, or even just how to get a job types of issue or solutions. So there are a lot of different things that I think we can look at to maybe beam to some sort of internship program, but I leave that to y'all to figure out if that's something we can do to just maybe even capture the students that last year I saw a lot say they wanted to go into the workforce. Why didn't we onboard all of them and bring them all into some role or position with the district, whatever it may be? We have things, at least to the degree that they can enter into with a diploma, But again, I don't know if we can also look at positions that maybe don't require a driver's license, because not everybody does have a driver's license. They don't have transportation. They don't have a vehicle. So maybe we can work with companies to, our insurance or whoever, to say these are positions that don't technically require, we prefer a driver's license, but maybe we can work towards it or something. Just trying to provide some insight into how do we boost up the community, and at the same time fill positions that we've had open for a very long time. The other thing to mention was health insurance and our options, if possible, on any other opportunities that we might be able to seek. I know it's not the best thing we probably want to do at all, but again, like you said, there are a lot of benefits. But I think that when we list them out, and the conversation we had when we approved this past year's health insurance, I've sat here for the last couple of years and not been impressed. I get we have a lot of use of the health insurance, just why our premiums go up. But, if I'm never ever in the hospital and so is always in the hospital, and I have to pay for them being in the hospital all the time, I would feel a little bit like, okay, why does that have to hurt me rather than benefit me when I'm
It's almost
really
like your car insurance, right? Because
Right, true.
they tell you, hey, we can give you the lowest rate, and then the following year there's an increase, and it's like, but I didn't get any tickets. I didn't. So belonging to a pool is a little bit different, where they pull all the districts together that are in the
Right.
health insurance. And unfortunately, I don't know what our track record is here, but if there's a school district that has a lot of claims, it's going to affect everybody in the pool equally, to based on our number of students. So,
Oh, yeah.
and healthcare is not going down. So something's wrong if it's going down. It's not going down. So I would say to expect an increase every year, because that's the reality of life. The cost of everything is going up, not down, with inflation. So I don't know if all employees take advantage of the insurance, but one of the benefits are to work at a school district that offers it is to have it. So many times something tragic happens and they don't have insurance, and then they're really out of pocket a lot of money. So I don't know how to get around that. I think that we're getting the best benefit that we can belonging to a pool, because I don't believe that going outside of that, we're going to get a better deal.
Okay. I think the board was interested in still seeing some options rather than just go with what we've gotten so far. So
Okay.
hopefully that's something we can bring forward before the next school year, at least.
I think at times they've even actually did an RFP in the past on behalf of the district.
Okay.
But yeah, I think that's something that they can continue to do.
And then if we can maybe hear more later on those different types of opportunities, like positions that don't require driver's license. I don't know what that means, but I know that there's some flexibility if necessary. To the degree that we can. In my experience with HR and how you overall present the positions and the requirements and all of those things, there might be some flexibility. But again, I leave that to y'all. But
I don't know why is it on there that they're required to have a driver's license to get to work? Is that why it's on there?
So I know for like the bus aid, we did make that a requirement, even though they're not actually driving the bus, they're sitting on the bus. But when you look at the reasoning for it, it was, if something happens to the driver and that bus aid has to
Step in.
jump in and do something, is it a liability for the district that that person did not have a driver's license and didn't, they don't know how to drive a bus, but at least we have a little bit protection, say, okay, they're not supposed to be doing that, what's going on, and knowing that in order to make sure that the district is not liable for something, we ask that be included that the bus aide should have a driver's license just to safeguard that in case something did happen. For the maintenance, because they drive the district vehicles from school to school as well as the groundskeepers, they drive those, the district vehicles from school to school. That was the reason they have that on their, on the job description. I know our custodians don't have it, but we do have several, like the leads that are driving some of the district vehicles. So the requirement, if they ask for a vehicle with transportation, they have to do the background check and provide a driver's license. Even with the district, every year, if we're using a district vehicle, we're supposed to do a 36-month driving
Background check.
record and then provide our driver's license to transportation, so they know that we have a valid license to operate the district's vehicles. So, I mean, if you're using it to go to, we go to career fairs and we go to different places, and so making sure that we have that ability to do that, so.
And that's an insurance mandatory
It is.
thing.
It's a liability.
Thing happens and, yeah, because you have to get that driving record.
But if they're not driving, I agree. I mean, if they.
I mean, if
there's
they're a
not
file
re-
clerk or if they're answering phones, they're not, I mean,
Sure.
obviously a person who's managing that role or that position would know this is all they're gonna do, this is all
Yes.
that they will do, how they get to work, it's not my business. But I know that they're
Long as they
here and
can
they're
get
doing,
there.
and they're doing what they need to. But I understand those roles that are liabilities and we need to have them, but I'm hopeful that we can try to look at things that maybe can help. Okay,
I have a comment. real
sorry,
quick.
go ahead, Ms. Vance.
In all the discussion about the insurance and the rates going up and
Yes.
stuff, I know that wellness programs, we could benefit a lot from that, instead of waiting until we're really sick and having to.
And we do have one too.
Yeah,
We
is that
do have one.
Sadie that does the?
Yes,
Sadie
yes,
that does
uh-huh,
that?
uh-huh.
I think maybe even more so. I know she does reach out every once in a while in the emails, and I can't remember if it's monthly or what, but I think that maybe should be more often. So that way, we can really think about. And I know as we get older, we really think about, taking care of ourselves, but the younger generation, that's going to be coming, and it's going to be affecting the rates that we
Yes.
currently have.
Yes, and our insurance does offer a program. I don't know if you've heard of the Verta program, where it's almost like a keto to help control diabetes.
Yes.
So there's several employees that took advantage of that and are being successful. So that's really
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, so, and then also with the driving, way before, that was actually part of the high school, that you get your driver's license, and it's part of all of
Driver's
that
ed.
about becoming an adult, about driving and voting. Those were the two main things that were really stressed years back. And so, I think that although I understand that point of view of, really wanting to get people in positions, but we are a small town, and, a lot of people drive without their license, but when you go outside the boundaries, it's going to affect your parents. The insurance is going to go up, all of that kind of stuff. So that really consideration, but I do understand that part about getting, people in the positions that may not need or require a license, but it is a liability. So just want to say that. Thank you.
And I would say maybe even a thought of like the position is contingent on you at least moving forward with getting those things. You know what I mean? As opposed to just saying, well, you don't need it, you don't have to get it. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying put a foot in the door, to give them some confidence, give them some support, let them self-prosper and be like, hey, don't forget, in the next 6 months, you need to start working on or submit your driver's license. You have the position, we're happy to have you, but I'm gonna have to make a decision coming
Yeah,
based on
just
whatever
with the
it is.
understanding that they can't drive a school or, vehicle or anything like that.
Yeah, the more that we can lift up the community members, it's the better for my.
Yeah, and one of the things I do want to mention is that some people think it's really hard to get your license. And in fact, it isn't that hard. I have a daughter who, well, two of them, both of them, they just recently got their licenses, but one of them, she was very scared to even attempt the written part. And yeah, she didn't make that first attempt, but the second one she did. And then she was like on the road. It was just this whole emotional thing. Like, you guys set me up to fail and stuff, but she done it. And so it's really easy. It's just taking the initiative to study and then just going out and do it. And if you don't make it the first time, it's okay. You actually kind of understand what's coming, and then you get better at it. So for those of you that don't have your licenses yet, get your licenses and just try and keep trying. Don't give up.
I think it's a generational thing where a lot of these kids are like, no, I'll take the bus, or nah, she can take me, or it's strange to see. I think my goddaughter, who's younger than her older brother, was so excited to get her permit, and it's like, I don't understand what's going on right now, because they just don't have that ambition to get their driver's license. They don't.
Yeah.
So.
I hear you. Mr. Diaz. Oh, go ahead, Ms. Stevens.
You go ahead, Sylvia.
Oh, Sylvia, no?
Okay, so I know this kind of falls in line with this. We talked a lot about like how can we provide training for some of these students. I'm not sure if we ever hired a new career person at BHS.
Not yet.
So that is and are there services being offered that would have been beneficial to those students who are there? So Kathy talked about voting, about driver's license, about resume writing, about thinking about careers or thinking about those things. Those things need to happen in order to help those students who are seeking either employment or even going to college. But those things are really important. I think we have the opportunity to do that. And if it's not being done now, I think something should be done, even though we don't have somebody in that position, that then maybe somebody should be coming in and offering those types of services to students so that they can have those skills underneath their belt or in their toolbox to get them ready for going out into the world. Because those are things that I seen when I was there, when I was working with BUSD students last year, was that the majority of all those students, I want to say at least over 50% of them said they didn't want to go to college. They wanted to work. They all wanted to get a job. And so we have these people who all want to go to work, but where are they? Did they join the workforce? Was anybody helping them get prepared for that? Those things I think are really important to start thinking about.
Ms. Sylvia, do you have something? No. Oh, Mr. Diaz.
So far, this is what I noted, that you want me to come back and report how we're going to seek ways to have internships, how we going to boost our recruitment plan, and also how we're going to be more aggressive in collaborating with some organizations so that we can provide opportunities for upcoming future prospective employees.
Sorry, you can continue your
Do
presentation.
you want me to go with the other departments? Because you changed the,
I did, I'm so sorry.
it's okay. I mean, I can go to the other one if you
No,
want me to.
no, let me go back. Human resources, are we here?
Yeah.
Payroll.
HR, payroll now, thank you.
Okay. So basically, just like in all our departments, we want to refine the process. We want to make sure that there's a focus on correcting common errors, increase proficiency, have the staff attend professional development, and this goes across the 3 years to refine the experience. And if you go to page down, the payroll goals are to attend meetings, workshops, and conferences to stay current with the latest legislative changes and to continuously improve the payroll process, provide excellent customer service, and cross-train within finance. So that third goal is eventually, once he gets to be an expert on that. Purchasing, basically the same thing, provide training to other staff. We have a very new team in finance. We have probably 3 that have been there for longer, but so we want to make sure that they are able to work up to training in credit card and bank reconciliations, decrease proficiency and professional development. And we're really proud of our gal in accounts and purchasing rather, who's a product of the school district, and she's a really sharp gal. So again, the same goals within the 3 years. The goals would be assist and provide training to sites and departments as needed, attend meetings, workshops, and conferences to stay current with the latest legislative changes and to continuously improve the purchasing process, cross-train within finance, and provide excellent customer service. And then we have accounts payable. We want to make sure that timely payments are made, attend professional development, stay current on fixed assets, close out purchase orders on a regular basis. Same goals throughout the years. And the goals would be to assist and provide training to sites and departments as needed, provide sites and departments with deadlines and adhere to the deadlines, provide excellent customer service, attend meetings, workshops, and conferences to stay current with the latest legislative changes, and to continuously improve the accounts payable process. So I think that's it for that. Does anybody have questions on any of those? No.
Are all your
Perfect.
positions filled
Yes.
there?
Yes. Yes.
Sweet.
Have a really good team. So,
The historical and projected, that's one?
yes.
Okay.
The projected one. So I know, Mr. Buendia, you had requested that we go back and forward. So I started with fiscal year 21. I don't know if it's really hard to read, but we did the actual revenues and expenditures for both M&O and impact aid, and you can see what the numbers are there. Let me pull up my Excel. So you can see in fiscal year 21, there was a budget balance, if you go all the way to the bottom, in M&O of 158,000 and 15 million in impact aid. And then in fiscal year 22, there was a $389,715 budget balance in M&O and 11.5 million in impact aid. And then in fiscal year 23, there was a budget balance of 1.6 million in M&O and 8.7 million in impact aid. So you see where it starts to drop. And then I know that I didn't know about the goals that were put in place for impact aid, but it looks like it's going to work. Because if you look at fiscal year 24, and we're pretty close to closing those out, we're gonna end up with a 4 million budget balance on M&O. And that's primarily because a lot of the expenditures, we try to maximize all the grant funding and ESSER funding that's going away. So that's really a healthy budget balance carry forward for M&O. And then 11 million in impact aid. And you can see progressively, if we stay conservative, that we can continue to have a budget balance. And I just want to remind the board that in November, when it comes time to vote, there's still something that can affect the M&O budget balance, and that's an aggregate expenditure limit with the state. And it was over $1 million that could affect the district if they don't move on it and if they don't change the legislation. So even if that does happen, we can either use the impact aid or the M&O to decrease the budget somehow. But it looks really healthy right now. Again, if we stay conservative, and you can see out to fiscal year 30, that there's still a healthy balance, the 13.5 million, start dipping a little bit into the reserves, but 6.7. I'm really being very cautious right now because I really don't know what the true picture is going to be. This year, we still have ESSER funds that we're still utilizing. So the true picture going forward is going to be fiscal year 26, where there is no more COVID funds to help out with the school districts, and we'll get a better picture of what the expenditures look like moving forward. So I don't know if you have any questions.
Ms. Vance, anything?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that it's good to see that, you know, you have it spread out all the way to 2028 on the funding that we, you know, possibly have.
It's actually to 2030.
Oh, I only see 2028. Oh, okay, because I had to, my screen.
Yeah.
Widen that view.
Okay. Yeah, so thank you for that report, and I'm really glad that you're back with us, Clementina. I mean, I'm like totally, and I know, there's transparency now, whereas before we didn't know that there wasn't. So I want to thank you for everything that you're doing and everything that you fixed, everything that you, when you came in, you know, the people might not know what you had to deal with, and us as a school district kind of didn't know some of the things that you know were happening, and we should have been aware, and we weren't. It wasn't brought up with the previous CFO. So I really want to thank you for everything that you've done to help, you know, clean up with the audits and moving forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
I just wanted, no questions, of course. I think that you definitely have been able to respond and provide anything that I've made requests for. I know the board has definitely been in receipt of a lot of different information, like Ms. Vance mentioned. But I did want to try and set a little bit of a goal. And I know, again, that this kind of will play into the superintendent's plans. I'd really like to see if we can possibly work on how we're compensating those classified roles, as
We're
opposed
already
to.
on it.
Okay, I know. Thank you.
We're
I
already
mean,
on it. I just, I wasn't
Can you
sure.
share some preliminary information that we're going to bring to the board?
So, if you look at the spreadsheet, you can see on line 13 where there's staff increases.
okay,
And we'll be able to play with the percentages depending on where we're at with the real numbers. But yes, we're projecting increases based on information that was approved prior, where you all have the details, and I'm just going by the information that was provided to me. So you can see up there what it's on the spreadsheet, so where it says
so
expected staff increases.
oh,
Yeah.
under
they're-
FY26.
They're all worked into it, yes.
Okay. No,
Just going to be a matter of what employees are going to be the focus. So I know that this year, for January 2025, we're still going to be under the $15 an hour at the state. So that's going to be good for BUSD because the BUSD minimum is already above that.
Yeah.
So going forward in 2026, that's going to be a good time. And we don't want to wait a whole year, but when the work agreements for classified staff go out, we want to make sure that we don't have to do a mid-year adjustment and make sure that we allocate enough to cover whatever the minimum wage is going to be, the increases are. So
okay.
we're on it.
Well, I'm glad. Yeah. Thank you. That's primarily all I had. I think that definitely, again.
So yeah, I don't know if you noticed that line that's putting the salaries in there. So if you look at the estimated expenses, we're being super conservative. That line 11 is an increase year after year, and it could or could not include salaries. So on top of that, we're including salaries, you know what I mean? Because if I take a percentage of the prior year and say I'm gonna increase the expenditures by 2%, and we're giving a 2% increase, that's being super conservative.
Yeah.
So it's included in there.
Okay. All right. Not to me, everybody else. I mean, to me, yes, but everybody else as well. Miss Hendricks.
I know that the majority of these amounts, especially with impact aid, is dependent on enrollment.
Yes.
So I'm hoping that we're doing a wide recruitment effort, because like, of course, these obviously are dependent on the numbers that we report. Especially, and then also it is dependent on attendance.
So you're right, impact aid is enrollment, and the M&O funding is on the average daily membership.
Yeah. So I'm glad that we're working toward, and all schools are working toward increasing that, in order. I mean, and it's not because we want to be, we want money for, us here, but it's only because we want money in order to provide the
Better
type of services I
services.
think all our students deserve. And education and learning and everything, that falls under what we have, what we can afford. And
Keyword.
so, yes.
Keyword.
So, but thank you for providing
You're welcome.
the outlook of now and of previous and then moving forward. I think that makes it but again, I guess as the school district, we all should we're trying to increase that in one way or another. But thank you.
You're
And I'm
welcome.
glad you're back.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be back.
Miss Stevens.
Sorry, I'm really struggling here. But I am listening. I am really grateful that you're here. There's so many things that we struggled with, I guess you could say, prior to you coming back.
Evolving, change.
Yes. But I am extremely excited that you're here and you're back. And I just appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Thank you.
Senor Diaz.
Señor, buen día. Ms. Carlisle, thank you for your presentation. We are very grateful that you're back. A couple of pieces of information that I want to recap. And let me see.
That's the wrong one.
I need to close all the ones that I don't need. Is the close that one, close that one. It's our initial objective. You have invested, and thank you for investing a total of 12 hours to get to know the organization, what our goals are, and most importantly, the systems in place, which is our theme for this year. Now you know where we're heading with instruction. Now you know how every department, almost we have two more, they're aligning to our goals. As part of building the structures, that is married to what reports or evidence are we looking at to see if the structures are working or not. So that's where you fall and play an important part in this system. It is accountability, the shared accountability. As you can see, right now we have clear goals. We have clear steps that we want to get to, but the next step is show us the data that shows that we head in the right direction, and what are you going to do when it doesn't show that way? We have been conservative, and you can we can reassure you that the next steps that we're going to be moving forward in the next couple of years, it is number one, because of where we are and as we getting our reserves stabilized, is going to give us flexibility in with our budget to determine how far to stretch it or not. But everything that we've been doing for the last year and a half is now foreseeing how are we going to be sustainable and be on top of the game. So I think the steps that we took and how conservative we were in the last couple of years is going to put us on the on that vanguard. But everything that we're going to move forward now, some of the priorities that we're going to start including is number one, we have a list of items that are going to help us to make our district more safe. There's a list of items under safety that we need to begin working as the budget allows it. In the long run, it is going to allow us to reduce our list. The next one, all of the decisions that we make and that we approve, that they're sustainable, not only next school year, but in the next 3, 4, 5 years. And the last one is continue to find ways in how do we save money, being conservative, including how do we become or even invest in grant writing and attack as many grants as we can that will help us offset and free some of our M&O of some of our impact day funding, and continue to focus on retaining and recruiting. I look forward to continue to bring updates and continue to please invite you to any opportunity to get to know the instructional system that we have in place, as well as the operational structures that we have in place by being active participants. On behalf of my staff, I want to thank you for your investment in time in getting to know and understanding that behind the scenes. I hope that by now you start seeing commonality among everyone in the direction that we're heading so we can continue to speak the language. What I am expecting and I need from my governing board is the same level of understanding, sustainability, and continue to give us the opportunity to show you the systems in place and the data that show us that we're meeting our goals, and continue to demand and expect from us and direct us in what additional information we need to provide you to either to build capacity, or so we can show that we're heading or reaching, heading closer to our meeting our goals, or also not to stick to a goal or a system that is not working, to quickly bring a new system in place if a system is not working. President Buendia, I thank you for your leadership and our governing board for your support. Questions, comments, we are at your mercy.
Okay. Is there anything from the board? Reflections?
Thank you, Superintendent Diaz. I really, I have to say that, you know, all the directors that we have here at BUSD are doing an amazing job under your direction. So I want to thank you for that, for coming in and having the mindset of the 3-year plan. You know, I know in the beginning we were all over the place. And then when we started clearing the land, and now in the 2nd year, you can see it all coming together. And I really, really appreciate that there is a plan in place and it's not all over the place like it was. So I know that you're doing an amazing job with the directors, with your staff, and for the directors, you know, we have the best directors. You guys are all doing an amazing job. And I look forward to the upcoming year, you know, being accountable, the systems in place, all of that is, I just can't wait to see year 3. So thank you.
No, just to share as well, I think that, you know, as a board, the I don't know, I guess we could call it comfort or assurance that I feel like we've been able to have in these past year and a half or so has been really, I think that people forget or tend to not realize that, we as board members, and I don't mean to bring up money, but we don't get paid. We don't get paid to do anything like this. It's all voluntary. We all try to do and express and do with as much as we can on our time. We may get reimbursed here and there, but it's at a rate whatever they decide, And so it is important that everyone understand that this role really is, something that we have to really want to do and feel like is important to do and commit to. So I'm hopeful that the directors can look at this board and feel as much as I feel like I try to do with the board members to be present and to be visible and to be understanding and knowledgeable, like you said, or at least to some degree feel comfortable in that. We're not just sitting here with run of the mill questions. So I thank you for letting us have that same mindset or that growth mindset or that understanding on how to pose certain things, because it is important for us to ask. But I'm really grateful that we get a lot of guidance as well. And at the same time, it's not to be treated as though we don't know, but so that we're better at what we do as a board. And to the public, I know that it is important that we also are committing to how and what we are asking or what we are looking at, because of very public notices that make it look like we don't know what we're doing or we're just willy-nilly with how we move forward. And that's not the case. In any effort, this board has tried to be as supportive and knowledgeable and support what is proposed by the leadership. And again, we are not the operations. You know what I mean? We're not the persons carrying out. We trust and support that individuals are really understanding what it is they're supposed to do once we give the okay for it to move forward. Like to Ms. Vance's point, we have, I think, the utmost confidence right now in the team that you have, and in that you as our only employee are leading us and guiding us in a very, very good way. So I want to continue to express my commitment, in essence, of trying to push and work with you on getting the community to be at the same par and level. Because I think that that's where we can do all of the amazing, great things at the school, but once they step off our grounds, we don't have that control anymore. Meaning we don't have that impact on them because they go home to something that's not what they're getting at BUSD. And I think that that's a good thing, and it's also a bad thing that we need to make sure the community is much more aware of, that education needs to be prioritized and not just spoken about during, I don't know, election season. It needs to be shown and given, and actually you need to be present too. So that's primarily what I'm grateful for, as far as being able to be a part of the board and hear and engage with you all. And thank the directors so much for every month that they put work and effort into their reports, and that we were given this opportunity to be able to ask questions, and they were very quick to respond, which is also very refreshing and good. So that's it for me. Ms. Hendricks?
I just want to say thank you for your leadership. I think you're doing a terrific job. We have great communication with you, and I know that you provide that the same thing for your staff. Whatever questions we have, you then relate, or you look for solutions, or you find the answers, and of course, immediately, respond to us. And I thank you for that. Because we don't have to wait for days and days for answers. But sometimes, well, most of the time, I pretty much get my answers immediately, and thank you for that. And again, to your team, to your leadership team, I know that being part of a leadership team is a lot of responsibility and a lot of work. Just because, I'm in that same position. And I know that dependent on whatever your administration decide for the school district as a whole, and then again, provide that information to us, we really appreciate that. And as we move forward, we in turn will support, in whatever it is that is best for the school district. We have to do our work too in our research, in our, making sure that we are reading all the information that you provide for us each month. I remember the late Clifford Pablo, when he was a board member. I think I visited his home one time, and he had like binders and binders of what, on his bookshelf, because he was adamant in doing so, making sure he had every information he needed in order to make his decisions. And I think in turn we do the same. And I think this board, I am so glad that, we have new and young faces here. And I look forward to more upcoming. And I think I have one more year left, and I'll then decide, retirement or not. But as long, as long as I can't, I always say, as long as my mind's working, I'm good. But once I start slowing down, then I'll know, because I'll know that it's best for the school district. And I really appreciate your young and thoughtful ideas and communications and reminders. I know you're always reminding Ella and I, and I thank you for that, and I thank you for being part of this board. Okay.
Ms. Stevens.
I want to say thank you to your leadership team. I think you all are doing a phenomenal job, and it may be years of service to being a first year or walking into this new position. But having a leader who believes in your capability and pushing you, because I've seen him and I know how he is, but he definitely pushes to get the better, like best out of you, bring out your best qualities, highlight what your skills are. So I appreciate that. In the instance when I was around, I can see how you all work as a team together and how everybody has their own talents that they bring to the forefront. And how they come together to make sure that a job is being done, and it's being done for our children and for our community. So I truly appreciate everybody who's here, because you are here because of the children of our community, and that's what we all are here for, is to change and provide education to our children, and to provide opportunities for them to learn and grow, and to provide love for them. So those are great things that I really appreciate about being on this board. It has definitely changed my perspective. During the time I have been a part of the board, I gained so much knowledge just sitting here, and I don't walk into a room pretending like I know things, because I don't. I don't know everything, and I'm always willing to learn. And I'm grateful for Ruben for providing opportunities not only for his staff, but us as board members to attend conferences, to attend trainings, and also just to give us opportunities to learn, and making it, when we are doing these retreats, thinking critically about how we're impacting our students and how can we improve that, what can we do to provide a a system that's going to be beneficial for everybody across the board. So thank you, Ruben.
Thank you. Thank you all. Mr. Diaz?
Thank you all for your kind words. I want to especially thank all of the parents that made the choice to join Baboquivari Unified School District and entrusting us, each one of the children, in the most precious possession in their lives. I thank you for choosing Baboquivari Unified School District. I also want to thank not only my directors, but also every member of our team across the board that they're giving me the opportunity to be their voice and be a liaison between the board, the community. And I am very blessed and very grateful of every single member of our team that and their patience. I want to thank you all for entrusting me. I've never been a superintendent, and I want to be the best superintendent ever that you've ever had, and that comes with a prize and understanding that that requires courageous conversation and challenging each other. And I also thank the community for giving me this great opportunity to serve as a superintendent and being a voice. We have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of red in many places that we need to work on. And I think if we continue to understand that our priority is meeting our goals, make sure that the next generation is going to be supported and get what they need, including our resources for our team. And the part of what makes us strong is our differences and different points of view, that at the end, by challenging and supporting each other, is going to pay off in the long run. We have a lot of work to do, and we don't have time for distractions, and I will continue to need my body of the governing board to continue to set the tone, the direction, and hold us accountable. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your learning.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. At this point, we're only on adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion by Ms. Sylvia Hendricks,
Second.
second by Ms. Anna Marie Stevens. Oh, should have looked over there.
She left you.
All those in favor say aye. President Medina.
Mosapo.
Kathy Vance.
Masapo.
Sylvia Hendricks.
What's up?
Anna Marie Stevens.
Wasapo.
Okay, it is 2:39 p.m. We are adjourned. And just for the record, we're going to be canceling our second special board meeting until everybody can be here. So we won't be having a special board meeting for the public's information this afternoon.
I forgot to thank the guy walking out with the food.
Okay, have a good day. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Enjoy the rest. Thank you for your.
Thank you.